Okay, I am here. Hey guys, hey Cool, hey Bao, hey Bull, hey Dark Diza. I hope you guys are doing amazing. Thank you guys so much for coming by. I just had to go do some self-care for a moment. But we are here. We are here. We are looking good. And yeah, we'll be doing our dailies soon. Let me make some announcements that we will be beginning. Thank you guys so much for coming. Alright. And I gotta post it on Twitter. And then Blue Sky. You know, I've been considering getting an account on RedNote, the Chinese social media, because I hear there's good engagement there, and the Chinese users are very kind. I've genuinely been considering it. I've actually genuinely been considering it. Alright, let me wipe off my glasses and then we'll get right to it, since I'm running a little bit late. Practice butchered Mandarin, get all their spicy deets from their cuisine, that's true. Alright. Okay. Glasses clean. Let's do this.
You are now watching MrNeutral.
Hey guys, thank you so much for coming by. I am not in my pilot suit. Feels kind of weird. But yeah, happy Sunday. I hope you guys are having a really wonderful Sunday. I hope you're taking care of yourself. Hope you're taking it easy. Here, let me pull up some new music. Me, King Cole, I did a crime and I rigged the court in my favor. Congratulations, King. I'm happy to hear that. He's here, everyone. Hey, Bao, I'm so happy I could join your stream last night. I hope you had fun with the Densha attack. That game looks really fun. But yeah, happy Sunday, guys. Happy Sunday. But yeah, let's see. Oh yeah, some quick things before I get right into the dailies. So I have been considered. Is it the Bow Wow? It is the Bow Wow. Bow Wowzers. Please, everyone, go check out and follow Bow Wowzers. Boop. Please go follow Bow Wowzers. So cool. So cool. But yeah, okay, so quick things. I would like I am vaguely interested in checking out OneNote, but I think I will be updating my Newgrounds because Newgrounds is apparently treating people pretty good recently. I mean, obviously they're Newgrounds, but I think I'm gonna do that. And I realized this year, something I'd like to do is build up my NeoCities website. I think having my own cute little website would be kind of epic. I think that'd be really cool. So that's another thing that I've been thinking about doing. I think that would be really fun. I think that would be awesome. So yeah, I might look up some templates to try to put one together real quick. I think it would be a really nice time. What else? What else? What else? What else? NeoCities? Yeah, yeah. NeoCities. I think it'd be a lot of fun. I think it would be. I think it'd be really sick. All for Epish. Yeah. What else? Oh, also, so you guys see the background that I have behind me, of course. You guys like it's I'm not familiar with NeoCity. NeoCities is here. I can show you real quick. Um, so NeoCities is a website. How do I put it? It's like a website host that it essentially is supposed to emulate older style internet. Like it is meant to emulate like the early like 2000s era of the internet. So what that would look like is here. Let me just like change it to my browser. There we go. So I forgot I did the NeoCity stream before you came along, Dartuza. But here's like a bunch of like NeoCity's website, and essentially it's a website host that like allows you to make an HTML website in the style of like older internet, and it's like all of these are independent websites, and it's just really cool. You get to have your own little space, and like here, let me click on this website. Like this, you know. Um, so you can just create your own little space. It's just really sick, dude. It's really awesome, and it's kind of neat. Yeah, it is. Like, look at these. It's got a great style to it. It's fantastic. It's really fantastic. Like I love it. Yeah, but I think having a website like this where I could just archive my art and stuff would be kind of neat. It's definitely going to be a little bit of a back burner kind of thing, but it's definitely something to consider. Something that I've been really considering doing for a long time, honestly, and I'd like to I don't know, try at it in my free time. In my free time, this is definitely not a priority, but yeah, this is something to consider. Another thing to consider is, so you guys know the background that I have, the this matrix rain thing. I really like it, but it can be a little bit demanding on the memory of my VODs, and I think it kind of kills the bitrate sometimes. So I've been wondering if I could figure out a way to set up a bit more of a static one, and I realize that I could do like a border, a Y2K style border, that will have a little bit less moving elements. I want to show you guys what I mean. Like, I think like a PC98 game would be like a good frame of reference for this. Like, how would you guys think? How would you guys feel if I had like a border like this for my streams? Something a bit more solid and slightly less like moving elements. There would still be moving elements in the background, but like this sort of thick, solid border. What would you think compared to the Matrix Rain kind of deal? Let's see. I could use a phase array. Effect is here. I think the wallpaper transition changes a tad faster. Hell yeah, that rocks. I would dig it. Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Cool. Awesome. Okay, that's just some stuff I wanted a little bit of input on. So I really appreciate you guys. I've been considering a lot of little changes to my stream that could I don't know, just like very minor changes. I just wanted to see if the change would be a welcome one, essentially. But very cool. Okay, sounds good. I'll keep you guys updated on what I think. Most likely, I would make the aesthetic of this channel after the silver case, because that's kind of what I've had in mind for quite a while, and I think something like that would be kind of cool. So I'll probably look into figuring something like that out. Anyways, let's start with connections, shall we? Thank you all for coming by the way. Let's just do some quick connections and then get right to it. Let's just do two of them today, and then we'll get right to Great Ace Attorney. Okay, today we got Outcast, Salt and Pepper, Blondie, Teddy Bear, Distinguished, Black Sheep, Rough Riders, The Far Side, Bull Moose, Bloom County, Silver, Peanuts, Misfit, Flecked, Reject, and Big Stick. Salt and pepper, like salt and pepper chicken. Blondie, that's like a type of cookie. A black sheep, a misfit, an outcast, and a reject. Like an outlier individual. Okay, one who doesn't fit in. Okay, solid. Distinguished Peanuts, Blondie, Flecked, Teddy Bear, Big Stick. The Far Side. Bloom County. Isn't that a movie? Wait, aren't some of these comics? Peanuts, Blondie. Flecked and Bloom County? Are these comics? One Away. Bloom County. And The Far Side? Oh my god. Oh my god, it is comics. Holy shit, I don't... Oh my... I can't believe I remembered that. I can't believe I remember that. That's crazy. Okay. Wow. Holy... Okay. Okay. This music is... Hold on. There we are. Okay. So, Bull Moose, Rough Riders, Teddy Bear, Big Stick. Okay, I have no clue what the rest of this is. I genuinely... Fleck. Wait, if one of these is what I think it is, it's really funny. Oh, interesting, Bull. Interesting. Rough, big, bull, bear. Rough, big, bull, and bear. Are these like descriptions for a man? Associated with Theodore Roosevelt. Oh, duh. Teddy Bear, Rough Riders, Bull Moose, and Big Stick. Oh, duh. Oh, okay. Okay, fair enough. Okay. I thought of a way gayer context than that. Teddy! Excuse me. Yeah. That's great. Okay. Yeah, okay. Okay. Distinguished, salt and pepper, flecked, and silver. I actually have no clue. Distinguished salt and pepper. Flecked. Hey, Firmament. How are you doing? What's up? I hope you're having a nice Sunday. Thanks so much for being here. Distinguished salt and pepper. Old mint. Really? Oh, yeah. Silver. Yeah, like the descriptions for like an older man. For graying hair. There you go. Yeah. Distinguished and flecked were throwing me off. Salt and pepper and silver. Okay. Yeah, very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Silver fox, salt and pepper, yeah. This... Okay, let's do Game Duel. Is that Daffy? Teddy Roosevelt is so funny. Yeah, it was a really funny category. Daffy... Duck... Is it just DuckTales? Oh, DuckTales Remastered. Oh god. Oh god. DuckTales... Disney's DuckTales 2. Okay. Oh, this is Tactical Breach Wizards. Nice. This is... Wait, I know that. Wait. This is... Oh, shoot. Okay, I don't know the name, but this is from freaking Grim Fandango. Yeah. Yeah. Very nice. Yeah, it's Manuel. Manuel Manny Calavera. Church, donkey, autopsy, pixel art. Is this Mortis? No? Okay. Farming crops, moral choices, potion making, zombie workers. Oh, do you have something, Bull? Burying corpses, crafting system, removing organs, skull companion. Gravekeeper? Oh, graveyard keeper? Oh, graveyard keeper, very nice. Yeah, yeah. Thank you, Bull, thank you, King. Cool. He looks so happy. Okay, let's do Armored Core Verdict Day. It is not first or third person. I really enjoy it. Okay, cool. Heck yeah. Kami Donkey. Okay, it is not a first or third person shooter, and it is not a fighting game. It is not a shooter. It is not an RTS. It is not a simulator, and it's not a strategy game. But it is either a PS3 or Xbox 360 game. Okay, this is interesting. Let's just go like straight to like Mega Man. OG Mega Man. It is only a single player game, but it is not a side view either. Let's try a top-down game. I don't know. Let's try the one Lara Croft game. Oh, whoops. Okay, it is a top-down isometric game. Okay. Single player only top-down game. Single player only top-down game. Hotline. Fury? Oh yeah. Ooh, Fury would be good. No. Okay, let's grab our clue. Oh, it's a Square game. Would it just be Final Fantasy? Okay, it is an RPG adventure. I'm playing Witcher the Wild Hunt? Awesome. What other games did Square make? The only games I know that Square made are Final Fantasy and Racing Lagoon. What do you mean Final Fantasy is a kid's game? That makes no sense. It is a sci-fi game. What sci-fi games have Square made that isn't Final Fantasy? Let's see. Square games. Final Fantasy, Final Fantasy, Final Fantasy, Final Fantasy, Final Fantasy. Vagrant Story. Octopath Traveler. Let's go like to the 2000s. Final Fantasy, Rad Racer, Secret of Mana, Romancing Saga, Live Alive, Chrono Trigger. Could it be Chrono Trigger? Shit, could it be Chrono Trigger? It's Chrono Trigger. Okay. Okay. The World Ends With You would have been a really good guess. That would have been a really good guess. Okay, Chrono Trigger. Okay, hell yeah. That game rules. That game's so sick. That is definitely one I'd love to play sometime. Hell yeah. I love all of Akira Toriyama's work that isn't Dragon Ball. It's not I even dislike Dragon Ball, it's just I don't really think about it that much. Anyways, let's get to it, guys. Alrighty. Let's get right to Great Ace Attorney. Okay, we are going to be beginning the trial today. I don't know if I'll be going that long because I'm feeling a little weird this evening, but I should be okay. I think I should be okay. So yeah. Alrighty, let's see. Great Ace Attorney. Hot take, I think he made better designs outside of Dragon. I completely agree. I completely agree. Yay, Hype as hell, absolutely. Hey Mooney, good to have you. Yes, I'm very excited as well. I'm very, very excited. Be here forever, short or long, you want to stay in Street for Night? Absolutely, absolutely. Alrighty guys, well, without further ado, let's begin the trial. 23rd of October, 8:52 a.m. The Old Bailey. Defendant's antechamber. I can't believe it's been 6 months since I was last allowed to work in court. And now here I am, back at the Old Bailey.
Mr. Naruhodo!
Good morning, Professor Hairbrain.
I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. The atmospheric pressure in here is off the charts. I've never felt anything like it. It's crushing me.
I feel it every time I'm here. That gravity.
Well, this is Britain's highest court. But are you telling me it's fitted with some kind of device that can actually control air pressure?
I think it's probably all in the mind.
Ah, yes, well, you won't let me down, will you, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm counting on you in today's trial to save my life. To save the secret of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine from being made public.
Yes, I understand. I know what I have to do. I have to establish that the explosion 2 days ago was nothing more than an unfortunate accident.
Well, I'm sure there's nothing to worry about, really. Justice will prevail.
My commiserations, Mr. Naruhodo. You appear to have been lumbered with the most tiresome case here. Oh. Oh, no pressure. Your Honor, I know this man disinterested a man in public, but he said sorry. Disintegrated. And I'm 100% sure it was, Look, if that dude signed on to be part of a test, he should have known that there would have been a risk to that. This guy shouldn't even have a trial right now. This should have completely been deemed an accident. Mr. Sholmes, I didn't expect to see you here. That was very mean, Runo, leaving me alone at home with Hurley. It took me at least an hour to wake him. Oh, Jesus.
Are you... Herlock Sholmes?
Indeed, sir. I am he. Herlock Sholmes.
Oh, I've heard all about your exploits when I was living in Germany.
Ah, yes. Rats magazine is on sale in Germany, too.
This month's installment was sublime. Your deduction in The Adventure of the Silver Blaze was wonderful.
Ah, yes. A memorable case indeed. I don't remember what happened in it. It concerned a snake, I seem to recall. No, that's the speckled band, you dummy. No, that was the speckled band. Well, thank you for coming. I do appreciate your support. I'm sorry to disappoint you, my dear fellow, but I'm afraid I can't stay. Oh. I have urgent business at Madame Tussbold's. You mean your waxwork job? No, the waxwork abduction, of course. Madame has engaged my services. Ah, so you're trying to get to the bottom of the ransom note, are you? The week's wages depend on it, as does the safe return of the waxwork, naturally. I would love if we had, like, a thing where we get to have, like, Sholmes' perspective and investigate. That'd be so sick. That'd be, like, super cool if that happened. Bro should have made a wager that said "not my fault" for death. Yeah, exactly. He should. Oh, a waiver. Yeah, an actual. Yeah, he should have. As such, I intend to give it my undivided attention. Oh, well, never mind then. I understand. Of course, with my skills of observation and reasoning, resolving the matter will be as easy as proverbial pie. I shall return forthwith. For until I solve the case, I shall have no money to afford a pie of any description. Oh, you must absolutely give it your full attention, Hurley. Quite, Iris, quite. But life is riddled with irony, you know. Whenever I give something my full attention, I have a quite insatiable desire for a pie. Idiot. One of the universe's intractable mysteries, you might say.
Oh yeah, quite, definitely, absolutely, I totally understand.
Is someone a little starstruck?
I wish you the
Wait, wrong one. I wish you the very best of luck, Professor Hairbrain.
Why, thank you.
Before I depart, Mr. Naruhodo, a word in your ear, if I please. Or if you please. What's this about? Sorry. As you've remarkably little grounding in science, I feel I ought to inform you. As compelling as this super high voltage instantaneous kinesis hypothesis may be, a practical implementation, such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition, is quite impossible. But the professor said the demonstration was a success. Yes, it would appear that he fervently believes it was. I've read Professor Bunnybrain's paper about it too, Runo, and I have to say, I'm sure it can't be done. It could barely be done theoretically, let alone practically. So he's completely barking up the wrong tree. But how can an experiment that had no possibility of succeeding in fact succeed? That's contradictory. And it's that contradiction that will be the heart of the trial, I have no doubt. What's that supposed to mean? Now I must hurry along. I wish you the best of luck, my dear fellow. See you later, Hurley. Toodaloo. Well, I had no idea he could do that. It looks like you're down on your own today, Runo, but chin up, you can do it. Oh, what about you, Iris? No, I'm afraid I can't help. I have something I need to do. I see. It's going to be a big surprise for you when you find out what it is. That sounds ominous. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court is about to be in session. Make your way into the courtroom at once. We're on our way. An experiment that the laws of science say can't possibly succeed. And a scientist who's convinced that it did. That's the riddle you have to unlock here, Ryunosuke. That's the key to this case. Are we really sure that his body didn't just get blown into the window? Because that's what my instinct tells me, but it's being treated like a mystery, so maybe that's not that simple. (23rd of October, 9:10 a.m., the Old Bailey, courtroom. Okay. Oh, completely different jury today. Holy shit. That is a jury of people we've never seen before. I guess that makes sense because it's been 6 months. Mistrial, dude's insane. Alright, let's do this, guys. The name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are sitting today for the public trial of Professor Albert Hairbrain. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare the willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready, my lord. I'm 6 months out of practice, and what's more, I didn't know Susato-san could do that. And I'm without her today. Competent jury this time, maybe? Maybe. Unlikely, but maybe. This is just my imagination, or does the air in here feel even more oppressive than usual?
So, I must say I recollected the victim of this case all too well, Mr. O.D. Asman. Mr. Asman was well known as a financier, though that was merely a front for his diverse criminal activities. It was only a month ago that the man appeared in court prosecuted by you, Lord Van Zeeks. But the jury unanimously found him not guilty.
Because every member of the jury had been bribed by the sound of it. These powerful London criminals are prepared to go extreme lengths to keep their freedom.
But 2 days ago, on the 21st of October, Mr. Asman met his end. The work of the Reaper, was it? If that is how your lordship would describe divine retribution. But the fact remains that Mr. Asmin's death was a direct result of the actions of the accused, Professor Harebrain. Very well then. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people. Are the 6 of you ready to fulfill your societal duty? I'm most gratified to have been selected to carry out this important civic duty, my lord.
To have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand. Oh gosh, oh golly. It sends shivers down my spine. Science experiments, magic, conjuring tricks, courtroom trials, all are nothing more than performances.
An aspiring scholar that defiles the reputation of science deserves to hang.
We have to listen to what's said on both sides of the fence and then settle one. That's it, isn't it?
Wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like this at all.
Okay. No, the jury is not competent. The jury is not competent. Hey, Peachy, I hope we're doing good. I love how they're steampunk themed. Oh, Peachy, this is set in, like, Imperial England, like, back in the 1800s, so this is fully very much that time. Jury number 2 looks pretty, I like. True. Also, I will hydrate. Sigh. Excuse me. Let's do this. That's the police killer Automo look-alike again. And he's as exhausted as ever, it seems.
Now, as I'm sure you're all aware, the incident we are here to judge today tragically took place at the Great Exhibition shortly after its opening. Though the death toll could have been far worse, with the exception of the victim, no one was killed. Nevertheless, the dream of the science being exhibited rapidly turned into a nightmare for the spectators. A tragic turn of events, and as such, the eyes of all London know the whole world will be on this trial. It's our duty to reach a swift and just conclusion, I feel.
What's wrong? Oh, too cool. We were just joking that Dartuza was like, are we gonna finally have a competent jury this time? And we went to the jury, and I don't think they're gonna be really competent. Yeah, Russian revolutionary, now a cop killer. What a courtroom. No, he looks like the cop killer, King. He looks like the cop killer.
So, your opening statement, please, Lord Van Zeeks. At the heart of this incident is the technology never before demonstrated anywhere in the world. Where science is latest developments, I take it. The government is keen to capitalize on the Great Exhibition to improve Britain's technological advantage. The technology being demonstrated by the accused was described as super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. Good lord. It's designed to disassemble human subjects using extremely high voltage electricity and beam them instantly to another location where they are subsequently reassembled. Is such a thing even within the realms of possibility? Well, I don't believe it, that's for sure.
Disassembling people with electricity? My goodness, how shocking.
The whole idea is absurd. The hypothesis will never stand up to scrutiny. Sir, I believe you are a fellow of the Royal Society, are you not? An expert in your field. I am, and my word on the matter can be considered final. Instantaneous kinesis is poppycock. So this expert and Mr. Sholmes are in agreement. It's impossible. What is the prosecution's view of the matter? The prosecution would The prosecution would assert that the accused's instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a success. What? What? These jury designs are awesome. Order! The professor's hypothesis is currently under investigation by the British government. If it is deemed to have merit, a substantial research grant would have been made available, or would be made available.
Lurk? Sounds good, Peachy. Have a good lurk. Thanks for coming by.
The accused made use of the invention built on his new hypothesis to take Mr. Asbin's life.
Whoops.
In order to be the sole benefactor of the grant. But... This disastrous demonstration was no accident. It was carefully designed from the outset to end the life of the victim. The prosecution's stance is clear, but you will now bring forth witnesses to substantiate your claims. Gladly, my lord.
Oh my god, we're starting in phase 2? Jesus.
Bailiff, show the first witness to the stand.
Oh boy.
Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector, Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. I was on duty at the demonstration of the day in question and in charge of the following investigation. Red Hairbrain, scientist. You're born in England, but have been carrying out research in Germany in recent years, correct? Yes, that's right. After graduating from university here in Britain, I went to work in Germany and made an amazing discovery. Which is what brought me back. I had to demonstrate my incredible hypothesis at the Great Exhibition. What you demonstrated was incredible, alright? An incredible explosion. But the science was a success. The instantaneous kinesis worked. Everyone saw it. They must have done. Yes, there was the terrible accident, but the demonstration of my hypothesis was a success. Well, that much is undeniable, as shown in this photograph taken by the forensic investigation team.
Jesus.
This was taken inside the Crystal Tower, I take it? The centerpiece of the exhibition, no less. That's right, my lord. Seems the victim rammed straight into it.
Really? He looks almost completely uninjured.
I see. Well, submit the photograph as evidence.
Photograph print of the victim taken after it had ostensibly been beamed to the Crystal Tower. It shows an apparent stab wound to the chest. Okay. Okay. Yeah, what? What do you mean? Yeah, it did look like a gunshot, but I guess he was stabbed. So you're telling me this guy exploded and then was found in the tower, but instead of being burned or like in smithereens, he had a stab wound? I think we're working with a body double here, folks. I think this is a body double situation. You know what? We have a court case where we're dealing with a body double, right? The subplot of this chapter is a wax museum. That is an interesting thing to consider.
As a reporter, the victim of the incident was Mr. Odie Asman. There have been a number of allegations made against the man, but putting them aside for the time being, He was the man who financed the research for the experiment and the demonstration itself. I see. To summarize the situation, the defendant is accused of taking the life of the man who funded his work. Would that be correct? Exactly.
But couldn't it be that the explosion was caused by some malfunction in the apparatus used for the demonstration?
That's right. That must be it. My splendid machine. My poor splendid machine. You saw it yesterday, didn't you? We can't even examine the records thanks to the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. What? The wreckage? The wreckage? But that being the case, how could the facts be established? How could I possibly be determined whether this was an accident or deliberate and malicious act? Extremely simply, my lord. I beg your pardon? Isn't that right, witness? What? Sorry, me? No, your neighbor. Yes, sir. It was murder, plain and simple. Anyone could state that with complete certainty.
What? How can he possibly think that?
Thank you, Inspector. I think we'd better proceed to formal testimony. You will explain to the court on what grounds you claim that this experiment to have been a front for murder. Witness testimony. A front for murder. The corpse that would crash into the Crystal Tower had a broken neck. I made a minor miscalculation the angle of the beam projection, that's all. That was my mistake. But the post-mortem examination revealed another injury, a fatal wound. There was a lesion in his chest where he'd clearly been stabbed by something sharp right in the heart. So the victim was killed before he went anywhere, and this fellow's the only one who could have done it.
What? But he was literally in front of, like, hundreds of people watching, and he was operating the machine to the guy's right. And then if he planned on killing him, why wouldn't he just have it be the explosion? Why wouldn't he just try to kill him with the explosion instead of stabbing him? This is a horrible case. This is a really poorly done case against this guy. That's bullshit. He could have easily just got stabbed by, like, a shot of glass or something. An extraordinary business. In addition to suffering a broken neck, the victim was stabbed in the heart? Information I would really like to have heard from someone other than the judge.
Coroner says that death would have been all but instant from a wound like that. You can say, in fact, that the victim was killed twice by the accused.
Yeah, or debris. Yeah, exactly.
No, that could be further from the truth. I have here the experiment plan document that was submitted to the security team.
Killed twice? What? As in, he means once by stabbing and then once the second time in the explosion. Gregson.
The victim stood himself inside something called the bird cage, ready to be beamed instantly. To the second level of the Crystal Tower, about 25 yards away.
Bull.
The experiment did not go according to plan, however. As the machine was put into operation, there was a large explosion. The blast caused the beam transmitter to point higher than intended. Accordingly, the kinesis resulted in the birdcage materializing in midair, from where it subsequently fell, crashing through the glass of the Crystal Tower's large round window.
Wait, they believe it actually happened? What?
By what? One assumes the victim's neck was broken upon impact with the tower then. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for this to happen. The machine was just too powerful. But honestly, really, I swear, it was just an accident. A terrible accident. Unfortunately, that excuse can't save you. No, not considering the sharp murder weapon that pierced the victim's heart. Murder weapon? What are you saying? This is the autopsy report submitted by the coroner. Prosecution would like it entered into the court record. Your request is granted, counsel. Autopsy report. Mr. Asman, his neck was broken from the impact of a violent fall and he was stabbed in the chest with a sharp object. This is weird. I was there in person, you know. I saw the whole ludicrous performance. Before we continue, I need to look at these. It looks like layers of thick canvas, with a thick rubber lining of sorts. I've never seen anything like it before. But applying Mr. Sholm's methods, you might deduce it was part of a raincoat worn by someone who really didn't want to get wet. And the charring must have occurred when the person was struck by lightning. Or maybe not. We definitely did. That definitely is what Sholmes would maybe appraise. Okay, coroner. Courtney Scythe. Okay, well the coroner's named, so that means that we're probably going to be meeting them sometime. Details of the victim. Odie Asman, male, 47, British, time of death 21st of October, around 2:20. A hemorrhage of a wound to the chest that pierced the heart, inflicted by a sharp implement, so that's what killed him. Additional observations. A broken vertebra, most likely resulting from impact after a sudden fall from considerable height. The only other person on the stage with Mr. Asman was that disgraceful excuse for a scientist. Then really, by all accounts, it must have been him. Hard to think otherwise, really. Very well, counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination, please. Oh, yes, my lord. I need to focus here. It's been a while. Little Mousy, please support me. Cross-examination. Affront for murder. Alright. Hold it. I can't even disagree with any of them. Yeah, it's pretty sensible this time. Like, honestly, like, I still feel like it could easily have been an accident. A stab wound, even considering the stab wound. But I really don't blame them. Are you suggesting that's because he fell from a considerable height? Exactly, which highlights something else about this whole rum business. What's that? The fact that the instantaneous kinesis itself was a success. After the explosion, the cage with the fella inside suddenly appeared out of nowhere in midair. Although the experiment ended in disaster, the so-called instantaneous kinesis did actually occur. Remind us, Professor, what was the cause of the fatal disaster? What if he was just blown into the air? I made a minor miscalculation in the angle of the beam projection, that's all, that was my mistake! Hold it. So the angle of the projection is critical, is it? And you calculated it yourself, personally? Absolutely. The calculation is far too complicated for anyone but me to carry out. Only you got it wrong, didn't you? Yes, that's right, that's the point. The calculation is so complicated, even I can make a mistake. Do people fall for that brazen confidence? I should try it. I took into account the subject's height and weight, the wind direction, the ambient temperature. I considered every possible variable, so I just don't understand how this could have happened. Obviously then, you had to include the weight of the clothes Mr. Asman was wearing at the time, I suppose. Crackling comments! The answer should have been 3! So much for safety first. The 3 must be for safety third. Oh dear. Yo, you don't get to talk during cross-examination, prosecutor. He can he can comment. As long as he doesn't necessarily interrupt me, he can comment. A little bit. He can put in some comments a little bit. He gets a pass because he's hot. But the post-mortem examination revealed another injury, a fatal wound. Hold it. Another fatal injury, you say? That doesn't make any sense.
I didn't think I'd have to spell this out, but here we go. Just because there were 2 fatal wounds doesn't mean I'm saying the victim had 2 lives lost, does it? Too right. Obviously, at first, we thought the bloke had died due to his spine snapping in half as well. But you're saying that's not the case? You'll get your answer once I finish my fish and chips, if you don't keep butting every few minutes. We all know that's a bottomless bag. The victim plummeted 30 feet into a glass tower. It would be reasonable to assume that the cause of that was that as the cause of death. Right, that's what we all thought. I just realized that the what he's eating, the big thing in the middle is a big piece of fried fish. I just thought it was a significantly large chip. This entire time, I really did think it was a really big chip, but it's actually the fish that he's eating. I never realized that. Is the summation examination that Barrett cannot interrupt? Yes. Oh, that's true. That's true, yeah. He cannot interrupt the summation examination. Right, that's what we all thought. But it was a red herring, wasn't it? There was a lesion in his chest where he'd clearly been stabbed by something sharp right in the heart. Hold it! Hold it? But do you know what a chip is in England? Yes? Yes? I do. It's fish and chips, not chips and very big chips. I know, but I just thought he just really liked his chips. The defense knew nothing of this crucial information. The prosecution received this report from the forensic investigation team only this morning. That was the first we knew of it as well. I can only apologize for the impossibility of informing the defense. Sarcastic and insincere. Thanks. Smug son of a bitch. I love him. So, what is the nature of this sharp object? Among the accused tools that were in use at the demonstration, one is of particular interest. This. Ah yes, there appeared to be some kind of screwdriver, wouldn't it, Counsel? There he is. Trusting little companion, Andrew. Oh, here we go. The carbs would kill him, man. Fair. It would be a heck of a nice way to go, though. Andrew. Of course. It's short for Andrew Driver. Ah, do you know each other? Do you know each other already? He's one of my dear friends, like all my tools. I've named them all, you know. They're one big happy family. With me. Andrew's my flathead screwdriver, of course. His brother Michael is a crosshead. Well, it will appear that your beloved Andrew has a red stain on his shake. Oh, that isn't... It's blood, beyond no reasonable doubt. No. That's not all. The sharp shape of this Andrew's fellow is completely consistent with the victim's wound. Oh no. What? Oh no. Order! The court will enter this friend of the defendant as evidence. Oh, that's bad. That's really bad. Okay, and I'm now very much understanding the case against Hairbrain. I was wrong. It is not a bad case. It is, in fact, a very, very good case against him. So, one of Professor Hairbrain's tools is the murder weapon. Great. Interesting, considering where it was found. Yeah, we found it up on the platform. What a weird screwdriver. It looks like an ice pick. This is blood. Mr. Asmund's, no doubt. This is the problem with looking at murder weapons. I've seen this unusually shaped handle before. It's the same screwdriver that was lodged in the grill on the floor in the kinesis machine. Which could be important information. So I should definitely make a note of it. There we go. Interesting.
The victim was killed before he went anywhere. This fellow's the only one who could have done it.
Oh, whoops, I forgot to... So that's all the testimony I have to work with. I had no idea the victim had been stabbed. That changes everything. Did Van Zieks keep that to himself until now on purpose, to gain the advantage? Oh well, I suppose all I can do is press these witnesses for as much new information as possible. It was before we went anywhere, and this fellow's the only one who could have done it. Hold it. What grounds do you have for saying that?
Huh. Do you really need to ask? There were two people at the public experimentation stage in front of the whole crowd. The victim, Mr. Odie Asman, and the accused, Professor Harebrain. And we know for certain that before the experiment, the victim was alive. That's right. I saw him with my own eyes. Furthermore, following the explosion and kinesis, nobody went anywhere near the body. In other words, only someone else on stage with the victim could possibly have done it.
Ah.
Excuse me.
Professor Harebrain, do you have some information that may be relevant here? Professor.
Ah, sorry. I was just calculating the optimum coefficient of
Electrolysis. Wait, is it electrolysis or electrolysis? Okay, sorry.
I was just calculating the optimal coefficient of electrolysis to separate molecules in the human body.
And the witness stand is the best place for that. It seems as though you might have something to say about Inspector Gregson's last remark.
Yes. Yes, that's right, of course. He just said that nobody else could have done it, didn't he? Yeah, that's right. Who else could have stabbed the victim, eh? I don't know, but... there's no way that I could possibly have stabbed Mr. Asman, as you say. Huh?
Explain, please, Professor.
Of course, the cold-blooded policeman cannot be aware, I suppose. But humans are warm-blooded animals with blood running continuously through their veins. I have heard. Then surely you see, if I plunged something the size of Andrew into the man's chest, the whole stage would have been a bloodbath, no, a blood swimming pool.
Ah.
But thousands of Londoners are watching at the time, and yet not one of them claims to have seen a swimming pool of blood. Well, no, I suppose not. You see, not one. True, I didn't see anything like that.
Oh, wrong voice. Well done, Professor. That was a great counter-argument. That was really good. What the heck?
Order.
Holy shit, a victim actually, like, making a good counter-argument? That's crazy. It's gibberish is what it is. Bro's making up words. I promise you, Dartuza, electrolysis is a real... It's a real word, Dartuza.
Pray forgive to this courtesy if I savor a drop of my hollow chalice to accompany my old friend's adducing.
He's a science man, after all.
Here's to you, Albert. Oh, you're too kind, Barrack, but I'm really not a patch on you. No, you're not. No? I've neglected to mention one crucial possibility. I have? A particular situation in which very little bleeding would result from a stab wound. Of course. Inspector, enlighten the court, please. Yes, sir.
Where are they going with this? Sure. Just like kinesis is where it is. It is real words. It just means movement. Excuse me. Trick on the job? He does occasionally. But mostly he just throws it into the fire. The poor glassmaker, another of his fine work gone. It's so funny. Oh. The weapon the victim was stabbed with must have been left in his body while she was beamed through the air. No. No. Objection. You say that while the weapon remains in the body, there's very little bleeding. Is that unequivocal? Look, there was no blood on the experiment stage, even though that's where the fellow was stabbed. The only explanation for that is if the screwdriver was still in his body, stopping any heavy bleeding. It's common medical knowledge, my learned friend, even on your side of the world. I want to steal fish and chips and eat it. Fish and chips would be very nice right now. Yes, but about this screwdriver. The thing is, we actually saw it at the scene ourselves, on the experimentation stage. What? It was on the floor by the wreckage of the machine, poking through a metal grill. I went to pick it up, but the detective here stopped me. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Now you come to mention it, yes. Inspector, are we to understand that you permitted the defense counsel to investigate? That you contravene the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? No, not at all. I wouldn't do that. I just let him look, nothing more. I was very clear he wasn't to touch a thing. Yes, that's true. This screwdriver was in plain sight on the stage. But it shouldn't have been, should it? What are you getting at? If this tool had still been in the victim's body when the victim was beamed away by the machine, then it shouldn't have still been on the stage. That's right. It should have been beamed across to the Crystal Tower along with Mr. Asman. And been found still lodged in the victim's chest. How do you explain this, Inspector? I don't... It looks as though everything that the victim had on his person moved with him when he was beamed. If the screwdriver was still in his chest when the instantaneous kinesis occurred, obviously, that should have been beamed to the destination as well. Yo. This is a strange situation. Even though people are saying that this instantaneous kinesis is a scientific impossibility, we're still basing arguments on the assumption that it did actually take place. Yeah, that is weird. This is a really strange energy. I wonder if Van Zieks is trying to argue for it working in order to help keep Hairbrain's image up, you know? Like, he's just proving, like, he's arguing as though it is a reality in order to help Hairbrain's, like, reputation stay intact. Let me stretch. It seems, my learned friend, that, my learned friend has neglected to account for a simple possibility that the screwdriver is made of an unbeamable alloy. Unbeamable alloy. That's really funny. Yeah. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna take a sip right now. Why would you want to maintain the guy's image? Why would he want to maintain the guy's image? Because Van Zieks and Hairbrain are college friends. Before the trial, we saw a scene of them chatting to each other, like, in a friendly manner. So I'm wondering if Van Zieks is trying to prove him guilty while still trying to keep his image intact in the scientific community's eyes. You know? That's what I'm wondering. Alright, time to tighten the screws here. My lord, If the prosecution is unable to explain this inconsistency in its argument, we can only conclude that the testimony given in support cannot be relied upon. Oh. Lord Van Zeeks is stumped. Oh! What? What are you doing here, Brain? Do you have something to say with this?
Yes, I knew it. It bears out and the equation's hold. Mr. Naruhodo, don't worry.
About what?
Without delving into the details, there's no inconsistency.
What?
Even if Andrew had been lodged in Mr. Asman's chest, my trusty tool wouldn't have moved. Andrew remaining on stage is consistent with my calculations.
What? What? What are you doing? It will seem your illusions have been shattered. Clearly, we should hear the accused's explanation. Or should I say, this brilliant scientist's explanation? Just when I'd found an inconsistency in the prosecution's argument. Okay. While I am a little bit upset that he did this, if we ended the trial here, we would have proven Mr. Harebrain's innocence, but without figuring out who the real killer was. In this instance, I think that Mr. Harebrain increasing the length of the trial is going to lead us to the actual killer. So I'm okay with this. It's a little dumb of him, but also he could be smarter than we think of him. So I'm okay. I'm okay with it. Scientists. Very well, the defendant will testify again. Provide us with a scientific explanation as to why the inconsistency asserted by the defense fails to hold.
The name of Apollo, I will, my lord. Witness testimony, with the inconsistency explained. To be clear, I'm still at the stage of gathering data in my research. My hypothesis states the kinesis cannot transport metal, though. There we go. Hence, the metal weapon would have stayed put. In other words, the point just raised by Mr. Naruhodo isn't an inconsistency at all. Mr. Asman was the patron of my research.
Wait a fucking minute. Oh, the clasps are wood, and the bird cage is wooden. Wait, but his glasses! His glasses are metal. His glasses are metal.
Mr. Asman was the patron of my research. Without him, my work wouldn't have been possible. Now I have a duty to protect the incredible machine that we built together.
So, the thrust of your testimony, Professor, is that based upon his hypothesis, metal objects cannot be moved by this method of instantaneous kinesis. In other words, since the screwdriver is made of metal, even if it remained lodged in the victim's chest, its subsequent discovery on the stage, despite the victim being found elsewhere, is not an inconsistency. And therefore, the Professor Albert Harebrain could still have been the killer.
My great hypothesis holds, you see. We had to make the cage used to contain the subject from wood for that very reason.
I was not addressing you with this. Professor Harebrain.
Yes?
Whose side are you on here?
I don't take sides, Mr. Naruhodo. No. My only interest lies upon upholding my hypothesis. I'm a scientist, after all.
Is he working for us or against us? It's very hard to tell.
Let's see how you cross-examine this testimony, my Nipponese friend. Yes, fire away, Mr. Naruhodo.
Classes, see, the wood of the handle should have proofed then. I think it was a metal handle, actually. Whoops. I think it's a metal handle, unfortunately. Wait, can I just try and jump to, Hold on. I want to see if I can just jump to the picture.
Objection!
Oh my god, I can! Professor Harebrain, you say that according to your hypothesis, nothing made of metal can be beamed by instantaneous kinesis using the machine you made. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. Spot on. Exactly correct.
In that case, I'd ask you to have a look at this photograph that was taken at the scene. In particular, I'd like you to pay attention to the victim's face. You can clearly see that Mr. Asman is wearing a pair of spectacles with a metal rim.
What? Metal? No. Metal can't... That's not... Metal? No!
We've already established that the proposed murder weapon, the screwdriver, was found on the stage. However, if your hypothesis correctly predicted the outcome, it should have also predicted that the metal rim spectacles would be found in the same place.
My hypothesis! My hypothesis!
Professor Harebrain, this isn't easy for me to say, but your hypothesis is clearly flawed.
Order! 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 Counsel, what is the implication of this?
If, on the day in question, the alleged instantaneous kinesis never actually took place, then it's entirely possible that the victim was killed somewhere other than on the stage. And in that case, someone other than the defendant could have been the culprit.
But my hypothesis is sound. I proved it that day. The experiment was a success. The experiment was proof of all my work.
Objection.
Objection. Oh, objection. If I could say something here in my capacity as a fellow of the Royal Society. Yes, juror number 4, or go ahead. As a man of science, there's one thing I simply cannot abide. And that's a fraud who pretends to be a fellow man of science. What? Wait. Great Scott! Are you suggesting my science is suspect? It's just been disproved, hasn't it? In front of all of us. In other words, the whole demonstration was a complete nonsense from start to finish. Believe me, my fellow jurors, when I tell you that this man is a heel, a bounder, and a fraud. I say that the wreckage of that machine should be stripped down and thoroughly examined. No, never.
I see what's going on here. Even though we're defending Harebrain, his defense relies on us dismantling his hypothesis. What Van Zieks is doing is trying to prove him guilty by using his hypothesis under the assumption that it's true. We are trying to save Harebrain's life by disproving his work. Van Zieks is trying to prove his work by sentencing him guilty. This is an insane dynamic. This is a crazy dynamic for this trial. Dude. Holy shit, dude. Wow. I really like this idea. The idea that saving him could ruin his life? Dude.
That machine is the essence of my entire hypothesis. It's protected by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. What the devil is that blasted act all about, eh? Who made such a daft rule?
I don't like the way this seems to be going. What's the best way for me to help the professor? Objection. Yeah, because if this was all proven to be an accident, it's protected. Professor Harebrain has yet to perfect his invention. That would seem to be the case, yes. But even so, what? Going to such trouble and expense to create a fake machine to display in public. He would have absolutely no reason to do such a thing.
Objection!
Objection. He had an obvious reason to do exactly that. For the research grant money. Duh.
The government was foolish enough to have deemed the man's ridiculous notion plausible. He and his conspirators would have received a handsome sum indeed. Conspirators?
What would be the value of such a grant? £10?
You're an order of magnitude out, madam. £500 a year!
Oh, Ark! You can live handsome on that for years.
The Society's noticed an increase in bogus public demonstrations in the field of science recently. And plenty of scientists arguing with each other to get the largest slice of funding cake. People's greed is plenty motive enough for murder, I assure you. No, I haven't deceived anyone.
Wait, hold on. Let me see. 500 pounds. 1800 to modern USD. So that. So here. So. Oh wow, that's $54,000 yearly. Holy moly. Wow. Okay. Yeah, fair enough. $54,000 every year while you're working on it. That's pretty sizable. That's pretty respectable. On just a grant that doesn't need to be paid back. Exactly. That's a pretty big win. Yeah. Okay.
No, I haven't deceived anyone, least of all the government. My hypothesis is sound, the science is sound. Please, you must believe me.
Objection. No matter how unbelievable this hypothesis may seem to you, ladies and gentlemen, the fact remains that the victim was transported instantly to the Crystal Tower. Which means that the experiment was a success.
Barrack.
And therefore, the only person who could have possibly committed this murder is the accused.
Barrack.
Where's this heading? I have no idea. My lord, if I may. Yes, Lord Van Dijk. The prosecution would like to summon new witnesses to the stand. New witnesses? What would be the nature of their involvement? They were spectators of the demonstration at the exhibition, who were occupying special seats. Eyewitnesses. Berg have an insurance. Berg have an to the grant too. I don't know. I don't even think Berg could ever really be swayed by money because he already makes a lot. Well, the court grants the prosecution's request. Also, it's very out of character for him. I should very much like to hear from the eyewitnesses of the incident. The prosecution's stance is clear. The experiment was no postiche. The accusant killed the financier victim there on the public stage before the very eyes of the spectators. And now, my learned friend. Oh, yes. It's time for you to make your own stance clear. There's clearly a flaw in the professor's hypothesis. I can definitely see that. But where does that leave me? We shall take a short recess now, during which time the prosecution will prepare its new witnesses to take the stand. As you wish, my lord. Good. In that case, the court is adjourned for 20 minutes. Here. First paying off witnesses? I don't know, because all things considered, Beric Van Zieks, from what we've seen, is not a bad guy. Van Zieks himself is not a bad guy. He is pretty earnest. He's like a true neutral. He's a complete true neutral, or rather a lawful neutral. I don't think he would do anything like that. There's definitely something. He's trying to prove his friend's hypothesis correct, but other than that, this is just, I don't know. The conditions of this case is really odd. I'm a bit stumped with this case. I can't quite get a read on what actually happened. Yeah, this is definitely one of the things where it's like I don't know, dude. 23rd of October, 10:44 a.m. The Old Bailey defendant's antechamber.
Mr. Naruto. What on earth were you playing at just now? Or rather, what on earth were you playing at all along? My hypothesis, my amazing hypothesis! You've been picking holes in it from the start!
Oh, sorry about that.
But you promised me! You said you proved that giant explosion was an accident, not murder! You said you gave a precious adventure for falling into anyone else's hands! But all you've done so far is try to undermine me!
Yes, I did make you a promise, you're right. I said that I'd believe in you and fight for your freedom to the very end. But I also told you I was no scientist. I don't understand your hypothesis. The fact is, there's an undeniable flaw in your logic, isn't there?
But if I just run through some equations... Yes, you see, it's because my work is incomplete.
Perhaps it is, nevertheless. A man died as a consequence, didn't he?
Oh no! You're right. You're so right. It's all my fault. I have no right to blame you for my failures. I'm a disaster, not just as a scientist, but as a human being.
Well, that might be a little over the top.
While we're on the subject, what about Barak? He's being awful.
Claiming his old university friend to be a murderer, you mean?
He's a disaster, not just as a prosecutor, but as a human being. Oh, but no, wait, he's the Reaper, isn't he? Perhaps he's not classified as Homo sapiens anymore.
Glad that's cleared up. Can I double check something with you?
Yes, what?
The machine and the demonstration you prepared, they were based entirely on your hypothesis, I presume. There was no trickery involved.
I drew the plans for the machine with my very own hands. Every line was painstakingly drawn with the firm belief that science is the only future. So yes, it's true that my hypothesis hasn't reached maturity yet, but please, Mr. Naruto, you must believe it.
I can only assume, if we take this as all true, that maybe certain metals can be transported. Metal as soft as gold can make it through, I suppose. What I think, Dartuza, is that there was no teleportation. There was no instant kinesis. That is just a red herring. I think either there was a double, or he was simply flung. Well, clearly, yeah. But you mean as of right now? I see. Okay. Okay. I'm trying to throw hairbrain a bone here. Fair enough. Very, very fair. Very fair. Let me put on my jacket. There we go. Okay. Sorry about that. There we go. How to straighten out my shorts. Okay. Alright, Professor. I understand. Comfy time. Super true. I'm sure he drew everything up for the machine, but did he put it together behind himself too? I imagine, maybe. Or his investors helped him. Oh, wait a minute. No, wait a minute. No, Bull. Wait. He gave his investors the blueprints and they built it for him. It could have been tampered with while they were building it for him. Oh. It could have been tampered with. It's like the one Agnes Takan gave. And to kill the other investor. Well, the thing is, the investor, it would all have been men working for the investor. So it would only be if one of his own underlings wanted him dead. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Okay, let's continue.
Counsel, defense, defendant. Prosecution's witnesses are ready to take the stand. Court is about to be in session again. Make way to the courtroom, please.
It all hinges on that demonstration. If the professor's hypothesis is sound as he claims, it leaves him as the only person who could possibly have killed the victim. But on the other hand, Mr. Sholmes was adamant.
A practical implementation, such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition, is quite impossible.
So really, what should I be trying to prove here? "23rd of October, 11 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom.
With an information quit, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready for the new witnesses to testify? The prosecution is ready, my lord.
As is the defense, my lord.
So, Lord Vengeance, I believe these next witnesses saw the demonstration on the day in question with their own eyes.
Excuse me. Indeed they did.
And as luck would have it, one of them is a police detective. So the testimony we're about to hear can be considered highly reliable.
Perfect. A detective of all people. Oh, wait a minute. Is it gonna be freaking... Is it gonna be our girl?
The prosecution's stance remains unchanged. Though it ended in tragedy, the demonstration on the day in question is scientifically sound. And consequently, the sole person with the opportunity to have committed this act of murder is the only other individual to have been present on the stage at the time, the accused.
Most likely Gina.
Thank you, counsel. The prosecution's position is clear. So bring forth the witnesses now. Bailiff, show the witnesses in.
She was in an air balloon.
The witnesses whose proximity to the incident on the day in question will clarify the truth unequivocally.
Oh hey, Smash Bro, good to have you. Oh my goodness. Hey, Gina, there you go. I hope you're doing wonderful, Smash Bro. Thanks for coming by. I'm playing Great Ace Attorney.
Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court to hear.
My name is Balthazar Loon. Shut up, Balthazar Loon. Balloon, haha, Balthazar Loon, I get it.
Who's the little guy?
I am the impresario of all hot air balloons in the vicinity of the Esperimento stage. Oh, I think he might be Italian. My name is My name is Wilhelm Goldstrike Sigmason Ormstein. I have come to see the great exhibition Ossive from my home in Bohemia. I'm very rich. Little German boy, no. No, don't. That's the weed closet. Oh, yes. And good blunt smoking. I'm ever heard of a game called Excedio Kaiju Simulator? I think I have. I think I have Smash Bro. I love a good name fun of the series. Yeah, Weather Rhapsody, good for you. Who goddamn baby is High Plus does enjoy it. I hope you're doing great. The child did it. No, not the weed game. Mine guts. This blood smoking. Inspector Gene Lestrade, Scotland Yard. I'm a great detective. Even Sherlock Holmes agrees. I was on security duty at the exhibition, and I got up one of the balloons. It was amazing. Gina, again. I'm happy to see her again. I love her. But she did mention that she'd seen the disaster from the balloon, actually, didn't she? And she clearly loved every minute of it. That's the Fortnite Uncola kid right there. It is the Fortnite Uncola kid. It literally is. Play Fortnite under cola. Yippee! There were 3 balloons flying near the public experimentation stage when the incident occurred. 2 of these witnesses, one such balloon at the time, and saw the events unfold from the skies above. You'll make it sound like we were in the clouds. It was an altitude of circa 60 feet, very low. Well, you can't see nothing if you fly too high, can't you? 60 feet. About 18 meters then. Thank you for your instructions. Now you'll give your formal testimony for the court. Kindly describe exactly what you witnessed, especially those of you who had a vantage point above the stage. Yippee! A witness testimony. The view from 60 feet up. It was an incident terrible. I am only grateful that my balloons were not damaged. There's this huge bang from the stage, and next second, another bang from the sky beside us. And from amidst the smoke, a cage appeared out of nowhere. And the cage, it fell from the sky like a stone and crashed into the crystal tower. I did get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed down into the tower. Okay. What's a extraordinary collective account, I must say. Could I just clarify something? There's a detail in the witness's testimony that I've not heard any mention until now. Specifically, that there were 2 explosions. More precisely, 2 explosions in 2 separate places, yes. When the demonstration began, the balloon carrying the 2 witnesses was around here. There were other balloons in the air nearby at the time, carrying other passengers as well, to be clear. Then, as power was supplied to the machines from the demonstration, the first explosion occurred. The so-called burn cage that contained the victim disappeared from the stage, and a moment later, the second explosion occurred directly adjacent to the balloon carrying the witnesses. The burn cage appeared at the site of the explosion, subsequently to plummet down into the crystal tower. I was very surprised. Suddenly a cage appeared before my eyes with a person inside. The blast was so hot, but I didn't want to miss a thing, so I kept my eyes wide. I still have lots of money. Shut up. I feel bad for the folks on jury duty for these types of cases. Don't feel bad for them. They're very incompetent. Cage von balloon smoking. Also, now we know where the rubber piece came from. Oh, yeah. Like from a balloon, maybe. That's what I was thinking, too. I was wondering if it could have been a part of a balloon. Precisely. Who is this curious infant? I'm told he is a young noble of Bohemian royalty. Apparently, he disguised himself in order to steal unnoticed into the Great Exhibition. Yeah, I'm here in London on a sightseeing trip with my elementary school. We will have the benefit of a child's point of view in the testimony. Do we really need that? When I remove my mask, This is what I look like. Thanks, kid. Thank you.
Oh, yes, I see. A delightful face, I'm sure.
What do you mean, I'm sure? Can you not see him from there? Ja, everybody says so. Great disguise, then.
The point is, the testimony of the witnesses... wrong with. The point is, the testimony of these witnesses further substantiates the facts for the court. Namely, that despite ending in an explosion, instantaneous kinesis was successfully demonstrated. And furthermore, that until the arrival of the police, no one approached the crystal tower where the victim fell. Therefore, only the accused, who was with Mr. Asmin on the stage, could possibly have committed the murder. Yes, thank you, counsel. The prosecution's views of the matter are quite clear. So, to the defense's cross-examination now, please.
Yes, my lord. He's a very Augustus Gloop-ish face. Wait, Augustus Gloop? Wait, hold on. Is that who I think it is? Oh. That Augustus Gloop. I see. Okay. Let's see. Maybe from 60 feet up? It was an incident terrible. I am only grateful that my balloon was not damaged. Hold it. There were 3 balloons flying above the experimentation stage at the time, I understand. You see, all 3 of them, my bellissimi bambini. They are very popular, signor. Some people will pay £10 for one ride. £10? That's more than my annual stipend. £20 a month. That is my pocket money. Wait, that's wrong. £20 a month. That is my pocket money. Well, of all the luck. I got up there for free, I did. Played the old I work for Her Majesty's police card, you know. Detectives have all the luck. If they're so popular, why would you only be operating such a small number of balloons, though? Because if I have too many in the sky, they could crash into each other.
The operators for the balloons were decided by lots, with each operator manning a particular area.
You see, and the zone above the public experimentation stage is most profitable. The other impresarios, they hate me.
Thank you, witnesses. I think the court has a clear picture of the arrangements for the balloon rides at the exhibition. Perhaps we could hear more about what you actually witnessed for the incident.
Right, I can fill you in there, my lord. 20. There's this huge bang from the sky, from the stage, and the next second, another bang in the sky beside us. Okay, I'm sorry if I'm beginning to lose their accents. There's so many voices to keep track of, and I am struggling a little bit. Hold it. So I actually saw the accident happen from up in the air. Also, my right ear is ringing. Gee, hold on. Give me a second. Okay. I know it's been said before, but I like how the judge isn't here to play around. Yeah, I like the judge in this game. We do have a lot of access going on, that's for sure. Yeah, there's definitely a lot. Got a nice steady pace if you're starting to get in the way. Yeah, it should be okay for a bit more. Yep, ain't it amazing what a detective's got to do, eh? I'm telling you, Odo, being a lawyer is a monk's game. You just join the force and we could all go flying together. You know me so well. Yes, well anyway, could you tell us exactly what you saw, do you think? Everything. We saw everything because we were up above it all. Look, oh my god, wait, is this the first time that we've just had her standing straight forward looking at us? She's so cute. Look at her. Oh, she's so happy. Oh, I love her. I love her so much. She's so cute. Alright. That dodgy cove climbing into that cage, and the dodgy professor pulling all them levers. And that's what happened. That's when there was a massive bang and the cage disappeared, just like that. She has light in her eyes now. She does. She genuinely looks really happy, and that like makes me so happy. So describing the moment the subject's body was decomposed by electricity, I believe. I don't know what to make of it, but then there was another bang right in my ear. I looked around and there was a huge red fireball right next to us in the sky. There was nothing there before. Excuse me. Master Gotts, does your memory of the day differ? My teacher at elementary school says that when you meet someone for the first time, you should always use their full name. Yes, what was it again? Wilhelm Gottschalk Sigmarsson Ormstein. Just the four names then? The point is, do you have something to say? Something to add in response to Detective Gina Lestrade's last remark, perhaps? Oi, get it right, Odo. It's Inspector Lestrade. Why does everyone have a problem with how I address them at the moment? That is not what I saw. Oh? Yeah, there was a second explosion and it was right beside our balloon. That is true. But I'm sure... Which is what I said in it. 1 minute there was nothing there, the next massive explosion. My teacher at elementary school says that even when someone else is speaking, if you're rude enough to interrupt, you will have the most awful life imaginable. Are all Bohemians brought up by to be so full of joy? He just wants to replace it every time, that's so funny. Just before the second explosion happened next to our balloon, I clearly witnessed a green balloon flying in the sky. Oh. A green balloon. Oh, there we go. Eh? You what? I never saw nothing like that. Well, I did. I saw it, and you can't say I didn't. I feel complaints with the council. I feel cry and scream. My testimony is the truth. I am Bohemian Prince. You cannot say it's a lie. That is not allowed. Playing the bleeding royalty card, are ya? Typical. Says the orphan who likes to remind people she works for Her Majesty's police. In that case, young man, I must ask you to amend your formal testimony. In the interest of cordial national relations between Great Britain and Bohemia. It was not the skies that exploded. It was a green balloon that was next to ours at the time. Let's see if we can just present this right now. Objection. Okay, no. Darn. Bohemian Rhapsody, and he's a performer. I'm seeing what you mean. That'd be kind of a cool nod. Okay. Hold it! Hold it. Hey, what's up, King? A green balloon, you say? Are you sure about that? Of course I am sure. I am proud Bohemian Prince. All these questions are making me boring. I think you mean bored. Ah, English is very annoying. The language of my countrymen is far superior. Ragazzo, it is very wrong to lie. Lie? Flying balloons never explode. For the same reason, the planets never explode. It is logical.
Please tell me that doesn't mean logical. If you insult me, you insult all of Bohemia. Ma, die. I will have the army come and shoot all your stupid balloons out of the sky. All of them. Here you are, your highness. Only all international incidents were so easily resolved. You dropped your sixth try. You want me to put it back on screen? I'm going to spin you around into your Dizzy King. Now that peaceful relations have been restored here in the courtroom, perhaps we could return to the testimony. Do you also see the moment that the cage materialized, Mr. Loon? No, I did not see the explosion myself. However, the cage, it fell from the sky like a stone and crashed into the crystal tower. Hold it. Did you see that actually happen? No, in reality I did not. I saw after it hit the tower. There was a grande confusion around the stage. I ran to see what had happened. I was terrorized by the idea that one of my balloons had crashed. I suppose they are his livelihood. But when I looked up to the sky, all my precious balloons were still there. I saw it though. I saw it slam into the tower after all. I'm a detective too. Then tell us what you saw, Inspector Lestrade. That's what I like to hear. I want to hug her. I didn't get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed into the tower.
Hold it!
Was it you who gave the order to keep people away? Huh? Use your head, Odo. How could it have been me? I was up in a balloon, weren't I? Right. It's because I weren't available. It was the bosses who had legged over there. He was getting shoved and kicked all over by the panicking spectators as he tried to seal off the scene. It was a real sight to behold, I tell you. Amazing. Poor Inspector Gregson. So anyway, I couldn't see the cage that well because of all the smoke. And I didn't really want to see, to be honest. I was scared out of me wits. Keep it together, Inspector. The prosecution really is asserting that the demonstration was genuine. But what if it was actually some kind of switch-around trick instead? That would mean that the victim was never actually on stage in the first place. The two explosions would have thrown everyone watching into a panic for sure. I think I need to find out more about what exactly people saw at the time. Three per attack. Women form suffragist group Altamont Gas. Some of the henchmen have tried to attack Lord Van Zeeks. Does that work?
let me press this. Also, I love Loon's design. This guy, he kind of rules. I really like him. Green balloon. What am I missing? Did I forget to press one of these? Hold on.
Hold it! Hold it!
Oh, I looked around, there was a huge great fireball right there in the sky, and there was nothing there before. What appears out of the flames? Cage, that's what. The description sounds like the moment after the man was beamed instantly through space. It's mind-blowing, isn't it? But that's the 20th century for you, I reckon. So the people who actually saw the demonstration with their own eyes really believe they saw something miraculously taking place. Interesting. Green balloon.
Hold it!
Cage. Green egg crashed.
Hold it!
The only other thing I can think to here, I do have one more thing that I think I can maybe. At least none of the balloons are damaged. What if I use this here?
Objection!
Oh, nice. Yes. Objection. Mr. Loon, in your testimony, you said that all three of the balloons you had operating at the time were undamaged. I see. That is correct. If they had been caught in the explosions, it would have been terrible. I wonder if you might know what this is. I think it may be, you see, part of a balloon, burnt piece of the fabric of the envelope. Sorry, the envelope. Pardon, that is the large round part of the balloon which becomes filled with the hot air. It was made from very thick fabric lined with rubber. You don't want it to rip when you're in the sky. Just as I thought. This piece of cloth was found near the experimentation stage. In other words, as Mr. Gus testified, a green balloon did indeed explode that day. Huh? Oh, interesting. Whoa. If all the balloons in the sky above the experimentation stage belong to you, Mr. Loon, then your statement that they were all undamaged clearly contradicts the evidence. Queer reaction. No!
If the balloon exploded that day, why did the man say so?
Maybe everyone aboard was killed.
No, having to spend £200 for the experiment. How experience, how awful.
It seems to me that those that crashed 50% of the time anyway.
Objection!
Objection. The instantaneous kinesis did occur, but after the explosion on stage, the point of materialization shifted to a location occupied by a balloon, causing the balloon to explode. Yes, evidently plausible.
An unfortunate traffic accident, as it were. But it changes nothing about the pertinent facts. Hold it? This I cannot accept. Why not, Mr. Loon? You are suggesting that I am a liar. That person's died in a balloon incident. There's no need to get fired up, Mr. Loon. The victim was the sole fatality that day. That's right, and I approve it. But the Loon is not a liar. There is no such balloon in the sky. It is non-possible. Possible. You're saying it's impossible. Why? This court has more important matters to discuss than the numbers of balloons that were operating that day. Hey!
Objection!
Objection. But we can't ignore the fact that nobody appears to have known anything about this other balloon until now. My lord, the defense calls for further testimony from Mr. Loon. I concur. There's clearly more to the truth here than meets the eye. It's imperative that we clear up the issue of this phantom balloon, I feel. Witness, you will give supplementary testimony about the balloons you are operating at the exhibition. Grazie, my lord. Mr. Loon's balloons. As I said, Balthazar Loon is no liar. Every balloon I had in the sky landed safely. All 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell to the ground in an explosion, what a catastrophe. But you can't get away with from the fact that a burnt up bit of cloth was found at the scene, can you? The coppers at the yard reckon it was probably some debris thrown from the explosion on the stage. This stupid ragazzo is mistaken. My balloons have the red and blue zigzag stripes anyway. Oh, interesting. Wait, a different balloon. Interesting. So your assertion is the balloon this child saw was not belonging to you. See, exactamente. If you saw a balloon in the first place, I do not like the sound of it. It is very bad for business. I have a good mind to sue the land of Bohemia. If you attack us, we will fight back. It will be for all out for. What happened to all out war? Wait, hold on. Wait a minute, hold on. Hold on. The country. I'm going to play this. When the country of Bohemia, when it is falsely accused by a balloon seller.
You just say it, yes.
You want the word?
The word!
I will not flinch.
You will not flinch from
War.
war. Gentlemen, I'll put you on hold. If fighting did break out, it will probably occur in Eastmanstown in the Upper Cataracts on the Australia-Hong Kong border. Our reporter Donald Bethlehem is there now. Donald, what's the atmosphere like?
Tension here is very high, Chris. The stretched twig of peace is at melting point. People here are literally bursting with war. This is very much a country that's gonna blow up in its face.
Gentlemen, it seems we have little option now but to declare war immediately.
Well, this is quite impossible. I couldn't take such a decision without referring to my superior, Chris Patton. He's in Hong Kong.
Good, because he's on the line now via satellite. Mr. Patton, what do you think of the idea of a war now? I'll take that as a yes.
Very well, it's war.
War it is.
That's it, Chris. It's war. War has broken out. This is a war.
That's it. Yes, it's war.
Okay, back to it. Fuck. What happened to all out war? Mr. Loon certainly doesn't appear to be lying. But that doesn't change the fact that the testimony and evidence are contradictory here. If the defense is unable to find fault with the witnesses' statements, the court must consider them the truth.
think long and hard on that, my learned friend. The situation has clearly changed now. I have to get to the bottom of what happened here, no matter what it takes.
This is war.
Culturally, without cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examination. Mr. Loon's balloons. Every balloon I had in the sky landed safely.
As I said, but the Zaloon is no liar.
Hold it!
Okay.
You couldn't just have forgotten one, maybe. Senor, I might not notice if I was given 100 lentils and one was missing. But we're talking about 3 enormous balloons. Do you believe I could make a mistake about something so grande and expensive?
I took the liberty of having Inspector Gregson check this gentleman's warehouse. I have the report here. It clearly says a total of 3 balloons. It will appear no mistake has been made then.
Surely Mr. Lestrade could have been sent for such a menial task.
What? Me? I'll tell you what I told the boss. East End kids like me can only count up to 2. Obviously that ain't true, but the boss bought it and said hey, Adam would go himself and yum yum in that case.
All 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell to the ground in an explosion, what a catastrophe!
Hold it!
Okay. It'd be quite a catastrophe if they fell to the ground for any reason, I think. On that note, Mr. Loon, tell me, what is it that keeps these balloons in the sky? Are you an idiota? Sorry. Come on, Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke, please. Oh my god, you're a lawyer, please. Ryunosuke, they're called hot air balloons. Ryunosuke, please.
That is like asking, why does candle burn bright? It burns bright because it burns bright. And the balloon flies because it flies. What else?
Yeah, that must be Italian for I don't know. There are 2 types of flying balloons. Hot air balloons and gas balloons. Hot air balloons work on the principle of hot air being less dense than cold air. Whereas gas balloons derive their lift by using a gas that is lighter than air.
You see, and my balloons are filled with the magic gas, I believe.
Hydrogen. Lighter than air but highly explosive. Oh no. Good lord.
I do not permit the smoking of the cigarettes in any of my balloons. The magic gas does not like a fire.
Was the Hindenburg fueled by oxygen or hydrogen? It was hydrogen, wasn't it? Even a small spark of static electricity could cause the entire balloon to explode.
What is the matter with you, senor? All that comes out of your mouth is explosion, explosion. I tell you, my balloons are perfectly safe. They have to be or I cannot eat. None of my balloons exploded that day, I am completely sure. But if you still say that is what happened, you will show me proof.
If he mans gas balloons, then why does he have a hot air balloon on his head? Alright, so Mr. Loon had 3 balloons in the air that day. If none of them were damaged, then what was the one that exploded? Well, you can't get away from the fact that a burnt out bit of cloth was found at the scene, can ya?
Hold it!
Hold it. I was surprised to find the piece of fabric still at the scene, actually. Didn't you search the area surrounding the stage for clues? No, I'm not into picking stuff off the ground, me. I always work out a way better diving into people's pockets instead. Oh. Hello, Mr. Captain Will. Thank you so much for following. What's up? I really appreciate it. How are you doing? Thank you so much for making your way here. We are currently playing Greatest Attorney. Huh? Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Heck yeah. Thank you so much. Woohoo. Yay. Thank you so much, Mr. Captain Will. Heck yeah. So much for the new career path. I knew the boss was on his hands and knees picking up all kinds of rubbish from the floor. Thing is, though, the cage went crashing into Crystal Tower, didn't it? So that's where most of the investigation was going on. Even so, I would have thought someone from Scotland Yard would have gathered it up as evidence. Core, listen to you. You stumbled across a little bit of balloon and suddenly you're the best investigator in the world. Pardon? Well, you ain't got a badge, have you? Like this one. I could arrest you with this if I wanted to. I wouldn't put it past her. Come to think of it, there was a talk of some scorching on the ground at the meeting we had in the investigation. The coppers at the yard reckon it was probably some of the debris thrown from the explosion on the stage. Hold it. There was considerable damage to the stage and surrounding area, wasn't there? Yeah, some of the coves what were watching the experiment were caught in the blast and injured. Good job the old contraption didn't keel over, eh? I hadn't even considered that. It seems there's a great panic after the incident occurred. Nevertheless, the police shouldn't have missed a thorn piece of Nevertheless, the police shouldn't have missed a thorn piece of the envelope from a balloon. Inspector Gregson can expect repercussions. Like me swiping on those fish and chips, eh? I'm getting flashbacks to Gumshoe and Edgeworth. Man's sole pleasure. None of this matters. That scrap of balloon envelope means nothing. Niente. The stupid Orakazo was mistaken. My balloons have the red and blue zigzag stripes anyway. Hold it. You mean, the color's wrong. You see, senor, I do not have any green balloons in my warehouse. And yet, a piece of green cloth was found at the scene, and it's unmistakably from a balloon. Well, I do not know how that can be. For the sake of the argument, let's say that a green balloon did explode above the stage. You couldn't therefore conclude that it happened on the day in question. Excuse me. Why not? There have been recreational balloon flights over Hyde Park operating from before the Great Exhibition. One could have exploded on some earlier date. Unfortunate, as I'm sure you'd agree. You believe it may have been from an earlier balloon incident that predates the exhibition? See, exactamente, as the senor says, it is not from one of my balloons. Clearly this little ragazza from Bohemia is mistaken about what he saw.
Excuse me.
Excuse me? There's something wrong, Master Gauss. It's Master Wilhelm Gottschalk Siegmund Ormstein! It was on the tip of my tongue. Yeah, something is very wrong. I know what I saw. There was a green balloon there, I swear all over Bohemia. You can't speak as much as a bad language as you like, but it changes nothing. If you do not have evidence, Ragazzo, then I must tell your parents to punish you, eh? Perhaps we'll let the judge decide when it comes to punishments. Evidence? What is this evidence? To give a simple example, young man. A photograph, for instance. Some tangible proof of what you claim. Well, why didn't you say so sooner? I have the photograph here. Good gracious. What? I had not been up in balloon for a little while, so I was very excited. I took lots and lots of photographs. Of the Crystal Tower, of the Bohemian exhibit, of the streets of London, of the eel cellar, the balloon, and the instantaneous kinesis experiment. Did you take a picture of that? Yeah, one picture. Really? You did take one? But all I wanted was a ride in balloon. I was not interested in boring experiments. Never mind that. Can you show us that photograph? Of course. And then you will see. You will see that I am not lying. And that I really did see a green balloon. Oh.
Well, I see you're all too shocked to speak.
Oh, right, it's not. Okay. Guess I think shocked is indeed the word, young man.
Yeah, perhaps you can see that it was a green balloon from this photograph, but that is not my fault. That is the fault of the stupid person who made the camera. What? The fucking A's have umlauts on them. Cries in German. The fucking A's all have umlauts. Oh my god. Fuck, that's funny. That's really funny. Fuck. I'll take you a screenshot of that. Oh my god. There's one very bohemian sounding cry. Uva! Uva! Very well, the court will accept this photograph as evidence. Photograph of the balloon. Photograph taken by Gotts whilst he was riding the balloon. It shows another balloon that he claims was green and exploded moments after he took the shot. Wait a minute. Okay, that looks like... Okay, that's like a boy. Let's see. Anyone in the crowd? Like, we know what this is. We all know what this is. We know exactly what this is. Interesting. Here he is. Uh-huh. The man himself. Okay. Intriguing. Very intriguing. Okay. It's not my fault. It's the fault of the person who made the camera. Well, never mind. I'm sure you have plenty of wonderful Svapia memories to take home with you. In any case, when exactly did you take that photograph? Well, it was on the day of the big explosion. You don't say. When I pressed the shutter release, there was this very loud bang, and a hot wind rushed over my face. That means this photograph was taken a split second before the explosion occurred. Well, if you ask me, the black and white photograph changes nothing. I could not give a flying fig. Lovely language you've picked up. Okay, that's huge. As I thought, Mr. Loon's testimony doesn't quite add up. The young Bohemian boy claims to have seen another fourth balloon. Mr. Loon vehemently denies the possibility. And it's hard to imagine the man in charge could be mistaken about the number that were in the air. Still, this inconsistency must tell us something, I'm sure. Alright, awesome. So whoever sabotaged the experiment popped a balloon to add to the sabotage? Odd. Yeah. Yeah, it is odd. What I think is they had the body of the actual guy in a bird cage in the other balloon and popped it to have him drop into the crystal tower to make it look like he was teleported. And that would prove that would make sense, because if it was one of his own guys, he would know what the intention of the machine is. We don't see a cage though. Maybe the basket is big. Yeah, we don't. I mean, maybe it could be like deeper in. Yeah, maybe. You know, maybe.
I don't know. Yeah, that's true. It's kind of huge. It's kind of huge. It's empty. Yeah, it's empty. You're right. Hmm. Who do we... Okay. Oh, how about this? How about this? All three of my balloons were carrying passengers. What if we... Objection. Unfortunately, the photograph Master Gods took can't tell us the color of the balloon, but it can tell us something else, something crucially important. What? As to why he has a hot air balloon hat, it's so it can pop when he's proven a liar. That's actually a pretty good point, biometric data. That probably will be the case. I didn't even know you could fly those things unmanned. I think if you... Well, if it's... I mean, there are many times that I've seen where people, like, have a balloon in the air and they hold it down with the string, with the lead. But yeah. Yeah, that is a gas balloon because it doesn't have a burner. Okay. It shows that the pictured balloon wasn't carrying any passengers. Oh, my goodness, you're right. But surely all the balloons would have been carrying passengers. There would be no such as otherwise. Oh, see, therefore pleasure, for seeing the view, my balloons only fly with passengers. Which tells us that the pictured balloon isn't one of them. So when the incident occurred that day, there was a fourth balloon in the skies above the experimentation stage. The mysterious green balloon. I know nothing, Ninte. I can only tell you one thing. If the balloon was not carrying passengers, then it was not one of mine.
Objection!
Objection. There are illegal tradesmen everywhere you care to look. Clearly, one such entrepreneur decided to capitalize on the opportunity presented by the Great Exhibition and managed to operate balloon flights on Mr. Loon's patch without him realizing. See, the competizione trying to steal my profits. I did not note this because of the experimental that went wrong on the stage. This fourth balloon exploded at the very same moment Mr. Asman was beamed from the stage below. Right. So them scraps that fell to the ground after and left them scorch marks. They did come from the stage after all. It was bits of the balloon raining down. Because no one was in it, they didn't get no attention. The mysterious fourth balloon carrying no passengers, silently floating over the experimentation stage.
Objection!
Objection! This photograph shows us nothing more. A stray balloon carrying no one and operated by some rogue traitor. Clearly, it has nothing to do with the case. Privilege does elude me, I must say. The court has been sufficient. The court has seen sufficient evidence and heard ample testimony already. The prosecution calls for this trial to be concluded. Really? Have we really got to the truth yet? No. I can't let this opportunity slip away. The jurors' minds are made up, and not in our favor. What else can this photograph tell us? Is there nothing more we can learn from it? There is more. A stark piece of stark thing to point out. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, wait. Please don't give your decisions yet. the photograph from Master Guts may well be hiding one more vital clue.
What's that? A vital clue? Objection. We're well past the point of mere possibilities. It's time for definitives now. So tell the court. What exactly does the alleged clue in the photograph prove? The cause of the explosion. We can reasonably assume that the pictured balloon was destroyed in the searing heat of the explosion.
Sure, is that right? Yeah, it was not my fault.
Evidently, because the birdcage from the kinesis machine materialized in the sky where it had been flying. And the balloon, being filled with flammable hydrogen, instantly explosively ignited. Objection. No, that's not what happened.
What? With this photograph requires closer examination. Counsel for the defense, you will highlight the location of the alleged clue in the photograph for the court.
Of course, my lord. If you look closely, it's plain enough to see, and what's shown is linked to another piece of evidence we have. In a way, that leads to an unbelievable conclusion. The clue that heavily suggests the real reason the balloon exploded is...
Take that!
The timing of this photograph can only be described as miraculous. If you look, you'll notice there's a bright white line that appears to point directly at the balloon. Most likely a ray of light caught incidentally on the film.
I'm afraid I can see nothing of the sort.
If you look with the magnifying glass, my lord, it becomes clear what the nature of this bright line really is.
Goodness, what is that?
Undeniably some flash of the light, yes.
Oh golly. Do you think it might be lightning?
But it couldn't have been a finer day.
I believe we may be looking at the fire.
Pull the fire heading straight for the balloon, like an arrow. Indeed, even to my aged guide, it would appear to be a flame of some sort.
Mouse? Oh.
My word, are you suggesting this flame struck the hydrogen gas that filled the balloon?
Objection!
Objection!
That is absurd. The balloon would have been 60 feet above the ground at the time. No flame could possibly have reached such a height.
Objection!
Objection. Actually, it's my opinion that a particular piece of evidence found at the scene reveals how that is exactly what did happen.
What evidence? If such evidence exists, counsel, then for goodness sake present it, man. What evidence explains this mysterious streak of flame that appears to be headed directly for the balloon?
Crossbow.
Take that!
Excuse me. This was found hidden at the foot of a small ornamental tree near the scene. Hey, Nuke, can you like the war video? Absolutely, I'd be happy to.
Good lord. Is that a crossbow?
An arrow dipped in oil and satellite could have been shot from this weapon, sending a flaming arrow straight into the hydrogen-filled balloon.
Are you suggesting that the crossbow was used to deliberately...
Blimey, you're right. That streak of light on the photo looks like an arrow, doesn't it? Then, the explosion of the balloon, it was a... Very likely the result of a flaming arrow from this crossbow, igniting the hydrogen gas inside it.
No!
I mean, every time my friends get into a disagreement, that's amazing.
Order! Order! Counsel, this is an extraordinary supposition.
Supposition? What do you mean a supposition? We found a crossbow at the scene of the crime! If the aim was to cause the balloon to explode, the shooter would have used the gun, of course. However, there's an obvious reason why that would have been out of the question.
The noise of the discharge, of course.
That's right. By using a crossbow, the projectile could be fired at the balloon silently. Well, yeah, if someone had shot a gun off in the exhibit grounds, it would have caused a real panic. But with the big explosion, there was a big panic anyway. No. I don't like this. I should be pleased to have found a plausible new explanation for all this, but something feels wrong.
Objection!
Objection. Do you understand the implications of what you're saying, Nipponi's friend? My Nipponi's friend. If a flaming arrow did indeed hit the balloon, then obviously it would have exploded. And if the birdcage appeared from the cloud of smoke that ensued... What? Wait a minute. What are you really saying here? I don't get it. Was the birdcage beamed up into the sky after all? Or what? My goodness me. Ah, now I understand. That's what that sinking feeling is about. I think there's a good chance that the birdcage was actually concealed inside the balloon all along.
What? Did you just hear? Did I just hear that correctly, Council?
Oh, yeah. There's no going back now. The horse has bolted. Oh, whoa. Oh my god. Let's assume, as I said, that the birdcage was hidden inside the green balloon from the start. On stage, when the experiment was started, the birdcage and the instantaneous kinesis machine disappeared in a cloud of smoke. And at that moment, the flaming arrow was fired from the ground, causing the green balloon to explode and drawing the attention of the spectators to the... Oh... Spectators to the sky above their heads. From amid the smoke, the hidden birdcage then appeared to fall down and crash into the crystal tower. I think you'll all agree it's entirely plausible that what I just described is the real truth behind the miraculous experiment carried out that day.
This... Good grief!
Objection!
Objection. This is ludicrous. What you've described is no science experiment. It's child's play. A contemptible display of stage magic. Both Mr. Sholmes and Iris said that the experiment was a scientific impossibility. In which case, this is the only way to explain what happened that day. In that case, the victim's body was found inside the birdcage in the crystal tower. If the instantaneous kinesis didn't take place, how do you explain that? If I may put in a word, as a man of magic myself, oh yeah, right, how perfect. Such apparent discrepancies can easily be explained by some simple deception. A body double. Jar number 3. All that would be needed is a doppelganger, someone who looked very similar to the victim, Mr. Asman. And having this other man appear on stage to front the show, a body double. Yes, of course. So in fact, Mr. Asman must have been inside the birdcage that was concealed inside the balloon right from the start.
Objection!
Objection. That balloon would have been filled with hydrogen. Anything hidden inside it would have been scattered to the four winds when it exploded. No one would ever have embarked on such a risky venture.
Not necessarily. The explosive force of the balloon gas would very much depend on the mixture ratio.
Jar number 4.
Flying balloons are rarely filled with pure hydrogen, but a mixture of gases such as helium as well. Helium on its own doesn't explode, but by controlling the gas mixture ratio, the explosive force can be altered.
The mixture ratio.
Obviously, the victim's body would have suffered some burns. That would be unavoidable. But not to such an extent as to render this whole obscene charade impossible.
We have Van Zeeks on the ropes really fast. So everything that happened can be explained logically and scientifically. The explosion that engulfed the stage at the start of the experiment was no accident. It was all part of an elaborate deception to make it appear that instantaneous kinesis had occurred.
Well, goodness me.
And if we accept that this is what happened, it means that the victim, Mr. Asman, was never present on the public experimental stage to begin with. In short, he couldn't have been killed by the defendant, who was on stage in full view the entire time. Ooh. Pick them apart. Yeah. An educated juror of all people picking apart Barrack's argument is really cool. Yeah, this jury, surprisingly, has been very helpful. Like, this time around, they've been really helpful to me. This will be very hard for the prosecution to counter. Lord Van Zieks can't credibly maintain that Professor Harebrain is a suspect now. Hold it. Oh no, Harebrain. Come on, man.
Mr. Naruhodo, I appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
Professor?
But you can stop now. Just keep your mouth shut, please.
Sorry? What's all this about, Mr. Harebrain?
I, Albert Harebrain, hereby confess that it was me who stabbed Mr. Ani Asvin.
Yeah, I figured it would go here. He's confessing to keep his theory to keep his theory safe. Ah, that's rough. That is rough. Like, I get it, it's your life's work, but that is rough.
Yes, it was me, with my faithful friend and partner, Andrew the Screwdriver.
What are you doing?
Order! Defendant, explain the starting confession.
Objection. Professor Harebrain, what are you talking about?
It's what I've said all along. I must protect my hypothesis and my precious machine. You stand there and claim it was all a trick, all an elaborate prank, but where's your proof? No, you'd have to examine the machine if you wanted to prove it, but then it would all be over. My beautiful hypothesis would be laid bare. I mean, the indignity of it.
It's clear that you drew the plans for the experiment, but you didn't actually build it. It's quite conceivable that you were duped, Professor. If you'll just let me, I can prove—
Barrack.
Yes.
I'll cooperate. I'll do whatever you say. I swear it. So please. Ensure the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act is adhered to and protected my creation.
This poor guy. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hollow chalice at this crucial juncture. Here's to my Lord Deeponi's friend. What? And his upcoming attempt to clarify the defense's position in the light of the accused's confession. Do you intend to formally assert that the experiment was nothing more than a conjuring trick? Because the moment you do, the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act that protects the professor's invention will cease to apply. The prosecution will then demand a rigorous examination of the machinery involved in order to establish the truth. But it's not his machine. It's not his machine. It's been tampered with. None of his secrets are going to come out because it's been tampered with. The machine wasn't made to be his invention. It was made to be a stage in which a murder could happen. It's not his fault. He didn't murder. But it's also not his machine, so you can look at it however you like. It's not real. However, if you acknowledge that the machine is genuine and instrumental in the victim's murder, any chance of investigating will be crushed, and the confidentiality of the professor's hypothesis preserved.
Counsel, what is the defense's official position on this matter?
What Professor Harebrain, my client, actually asked of me was to prove that the explosion on stage was an accident and protect the secrecy of his hypothesis. But there's no way to do that without implying the professor's guilt. Do I protect my client's life by asserting his innocence, or do I uphold my client's request but see him condemned? Either way, I can't avoid betraying his trust. You've been silent long enough. Isn't talking your trade, my learned friend. Fuck, man. This is a bad situation.
or has all knowledge of English escaped your confused Nipponese mind? Oh shit. Mr. Naruhodo? There's no escape here. I have to make a choice. But it's an impossible one. I have to give up on something, but what? The defense assert that the defendant's instantaneous kinesis machine was in fact shit, dude. Gah! No, I can't say it. My client places faith in me. I just can't let him down. What must I give up on is not the question you have to ask yourself here. It's, what can I protect? Hello again, Mr. Naruhodo. It's been far too long. Susato-san! But what are you? My first Susato takedown in 6 months. No way. 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 There'll be time to talk later, Mr. Naruhodo. But for now, we must concentrate on the task at hand. Which is working out. Not what I have to give up on, but what I can protect. I'm okay. Professor Hairbrain. Yeah, yes. Yesterday you told me that science is the pursuit of truth. Well, my job is to pursue the truth too. Yes, of course. And personally, I believe that you didn't stab Mr. Asman. And I think you've come to realize something yourself too, haven't you? That your experiment and the machine you built with the victim are questionable. The truth behind that is what we must both pursue now. So, you finally opened your eyes. What? And as for you, Albert, you can't ignore this any longer. Huh? Having heard my learned friend's assertion, don't you have something to say? Barak. Lord Van Zeeks. Hush. I've never heard him speak that way before. In truth, there is one thing. Something I've remembered that's of relevance. What? On the day it happened, just before I began the experiment, I saw a man near the stage. A man holding that crossbow. I beg your pardon? Professor, did the man have any distinguishing features? What did he look like? Tall. Taller than me. And thin. Thinner than me. With straight hair. Straighter and wider than mine. Let me see. One less lens than me to a monocle. A rather stylish black monocle. One thing in particular will help to positively identify the man. You see, I know him very well. After all, he's the engineer who built my invention. What? He built the machine? That's right. Mr. Asman introduced me to him a year ago. He's a man by the name of Enoch Drebber. Enoch Drebber! Did they mean something? Members of the jury seem flustered. Not a name any scientist wishes to hear. The man's an abomination. Not a name any conjurer wishes to hear either. Who on earth is he? I'm afraid this isn't the first tale of this nature that I've heard in scientific circles in connection with that name. There's talk of other flamboyant experiments that turn out to be nothing but stage trickery in the end. Obviously, the rascals after the government's research grant money. When magicians are in need of money, I have heard of them resorting to these underhanded tactics. Some acquaintances of mine with experience of such things have mentioned Enoch Trevor's name before. The man is both an engineer and a magician. Yes, we're dealing with an unparalleled confidence trickster here. That's Enoch Trevor for you.
Ooh. Holy shit, dude.
So it's true then. My invention, my great machine, it was just a grand illusion.
Considering what we just heard about Mr. Drebber's character, I'm sorry to say that sounds increasingly likely.
Even though no one else believed it, I wanted to. I wanted to believe that machine would function exactly as my hypothesis predicted. Which is why you were so opposed to it being investigated, I presume. I knew that if the machine was examined in detail, its construction would give away my hypothesis. Obviously, I didn't want that to happen. But at the same time, I knew that if it was found to be nothing more than a trick, then a work of deception, then everything I'd worked towards, all my research, all my dreams, my whole life would be over. I was terrified at the prospect.
So you really had no idea then, did you? About the true nature of the machine that was built, and the true nature of Mr. Drebber.
I never questioned anything. I didn't want to question it.
It's entirely possible that Mr. Asman and Mr. Drebber were working together to use you as a means of fraudulently acquiring the research grant money.
When I announced my invention in the crowds that day, it was the finest moment of my career. I pulled all the levers and turned all the dials in exactly the way Drebber had described. When the smoke suddenly started billowing out, I panicked. I didn't know what was happening. But I really don't know how the whole illusion was made to work. I don't know anything anymore.
There's clearly a trapdoor under him. One of the most interesting characters of the game finally introduced. I'm excited. Let me confirm one final point with you, Professor. Do you now consent to the prosecution submitting the necessary paperwork to release your invention from the protection afforded by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act?
Yes, please go ahead. I'm very sorry.
It would appear that we shall have to suspend proceedings for the remainder of the day now. Lord Vegix, my lord. The court has newly been made aware of another party whose involvement in this matter is critical. Yes, Mr. Drebber. Gather information about the man. If possible, I should like him served with a subpoena.
With pleasure, my lord.
Now counsel for the defense.
Yes, my lord.
When we reconvene, I shall be looking for one thing and one thing alone from you. Evidence that the defendant is innocent of the crime for which he is presently stands accused.
I understand.
Good. In that case, the court is adjourned until tomorrow morning.
From now on, the day-to-day will be providing the most immediate coverage of any war ever fought. On the front line and in your face, Donald Bethlehem.
Standing by, Douglas Hurd.
The day-to-day smart bombs have nose-mounted cameras. This
23rd of October, 1:36 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Drebber being labeled as an engineer and a magician goes hard for some reason. It's very real. That was a weird but fascinating trial. It was. That was less of a trial and more of Van Zieks trying to defend his friend's dignity. War jump scare.
Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes?
I'm so sorry. I was wrong, you were right. I tricked you. You trusted me and I dragged you into my mess. Oh, how did it ever come to this? I'm so sorry.
Did you really have no idea, Professor? About what Mr. Jebber was really up to, I mean. About what he was really constructing.
Naturally. That machine was the embodiment of my hypothesis, of all my hopes and dreams. I had complete faith in it.
Alright, in that case I won't say any more. Now, sadly the murder accusation against you still stands. So we must do as much investigation as we can before the trial resumes tomorrow.
Well, thank you for doing so much for me.
I'm so sorry for arriving late this morning, Mr. Naruhodo. Arriving late? Did you receive my postcard? I wanted to let you know when I'd arrive. Postcard? What postcard? I hid it from you, Bruno, so it would be a surprise. I'm going to spin Iris around until she gets dizzy. Well, did it work? It was a surprise, alright. Especially when she threw me to the ground. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I was just so happy to see you again that it sort of slipped out. Maybe we could stick to more traditional displays of emotion in future. Iris, please. Susie's train was late into London Victoria this morning, you see. But we made the coachman really whip the horses hard so she didn't miss the whole trial. I was watching from the gallery for a while, but in the end, I'm afraid I couldn't contain myself. Well, I'm glad you didn't. Oh! Having you at my side in court gives me the strength I need to win. So, I'm, delighted to see you back in London. Oh, you're too kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm delighted to be here. I hope I can continue to be of service to you. Of course. So, what's brought you back? I'm so happy to have her back. Did Professor Migotoba not protest? Let's save all the conversation for while we're back at home, shall we? You know, I've made one of my most special blends ever for this special occasion. Oh, Iris, how wonderful! I can't wait! Susato-san was back in London. It's hard to describe how happy that made me feel at the time, but despite my elation, our tale was about to take yet another extraordinary turn. How far in are we, Mooney? I imagine we're like 1/3 maybe of the way through, maybe 2/5. How far are we in? Is this a good stopping point? This is the break. There's going to be a second investigation for this case, King. Let me check. Okay, sounds good. Let's give Mooney a moment to check. For anyone who wants the day-to-day video that I've been playing, let me put it in chat for you. This video is fantastic. It's so funny. Oh, you know what? We actually have another, like, we also have another video that is, very relevant. Oh, damn it. Hold on.
A week.
Yeah, okay. I think this is, also relevant. Here.
A week of foul-tempered debate in Europe ended this afternoon as finance ministers agreed new quota rates for trade with the United States. In Brussels is our economics correspondent, Peter O'Hanrahan. Peter, what is the new rate?
It's
Hi,
30%, Chris.
Hi, RJ.
Agreement was a long time coming, but in the end, the decision was unanimous.
What was the Germans' reaction? Because they've been holding out for 40%, haven't they?
That's right. When I spoke to Finance Minister Reinhardt earlier today, he
I'll
said
be
he
doing
didn't
wonderful,
like
RJ.
the
Good to
deal,
see you.
but he had to go along with it.
Really? You spoke to him yourself. You managed to pin him down. He's a pretty tricky man, isn't he?
That's right.
Where did you get hold of him?
He was in the hotel.
And you conducted a conversation with him about the quota rates.
That's right. He said he didn't like it, but he had to go along with it.
What language did you conduct this conversation in, Peter?
German?
You spoke to him about the technicalities of the deal in German.
Yes.
So what's the German for 30%?
Trenta percenter?
30%.
Yes.
And what about that quote you attributed to him? I don't like it, but I'll have to go along with it.
That's what he said.
How did he say it?
I don't like it, but I'll have to go along with it.
In German. How did he say it?
Ich nichten lichten.
Presumably you mean, rufen Sie ein Taxi bitte, sonst verpasse ich meinen Flug.
Yes.
No, you don't, Peter, because that means get me a taxi, I'm late for my plane. Now, I'm going to ask you a question. Did you speak to the German finance minister about the new deal this afternoon?
No.
And what was his reaction?
I don't know.
Peter, thank you.
Environation from...
Oh my god. Okay. Oh, you're a little less than halfway through, so maybe around 2/5 or a bit more. Okay, got you. Then we could probably... God. How do we do this? I think we can shoot to finish this in one go next weekend. Maybe? No, no. You know, let's go a little bit longer. Let's go a little bit. Are you guys okay with going a little bit longer? I was feeling very fatigued, but I'm a little bit interested. I would like to do a little bit of the investigation now. I think I have the energy in me for a little bit longer, just a bit longer. All right. What was that show that was fake TV show that ended with a shootout in a graveyard? Oh yes, that was A Dark Place. Okay, keep hammering away. Okay, sounds good. Yeah, that was Garth Marenghi's A Dark Place. Yeah. Okay, but RJ, thank you so much for being here and awesome guys. Okay, I'll go for a little bit longer. Let's go. I don't know if I'll do the entire investigation in this sitting, but we can try. We can absolutely try. Alrighty, let's do this. "23rd of October, 2:41 p.m. Naruhodo's legal consultancy." Oh, this room. It's been so long. It hasn't changed in the slightest, though. That has been some 6 months, hasn't it? It's a long time for things to stay so familiar. I didn't know when you might return, and I wanted everything to be as you'd left it. But it has been some 6 months, it's true. So, is your father alright, Susie? What happened? My father? Yes, Professor Mikotoba. I mean, it was half a year ago, but that's why you went back to Japan. Because of the telegram you received saying he'd fallen ill with a very high fever of some unknown reason. That's right. So I was surprised to learn you'd be coming back so soon. Surprised but happy. A Dark Place to Anime Night for Halloween? Yes. 1000% yes, King. 1000%. I think I wrote about it in my letter to you. That it was all a trick. My father is in fine health, and I'm obviously very relieved about that. Well, we're delighted to have you back. It was quite by accident that I've been able to return to Europe, actually. It's because of a very grand conference called the International Forensic Science Symposium. The International Forensic... That's the same symposium Lord Strongheart mentioned. Anyway, I've arrived safe and sound, and all that matters is that I'm here now. After all, I haven't yet fulfilled my promise to you, Iris. Oh. You must tell us everything that happened while you were back in Japan. Of course, I shall. And there's one other thing. Something you wrote in your letter that particularly grabbed my attention. About... you know who. About Kazuma. I know. I'll tell you all that I can. Ooh, baby. Oh, 4? Holy moly. Okay, back in Britain. When I first arrived back in Japan, I really thought I'd never be allowed to return to Britain. But curiously, after that awful trial at the Supreme Court, Father's mood changed entirely. That awful trial? Oh, yes. For the murder of Giselle Brett. Oh, you dressed as a man then, didn't you, Susie? Oh, well, yes. Since women are forbidden in the courtroom, I had no choice. Wow, amazing. I wish I'd seen it. Don't you, Runo? Yes, I suppose so. How to play at being a lawyer now? I could wear a false mustache, maybe. I don't think any mustache could hide the fact that you're just 10 years old, Iris. There's something else that I've been wanting to ask you, Mrs. Sato. It's about the real reason why Professor Mikotoba summoned you back to Japan. Sorry. Sorry about that. Okay. I think I swallowed the wrong way. Don't you say anything about that, Darchuza. Okay, I'm all good. You said in your letter that it was something to do with that convict salute we found in Mr. Natsume's lodgings. But yeah, I'm alright. That's right. The very large dog collar we found with a bee emblem on it. It seems Mr. Natsume included a drawing of the collar in the report he submitted about his time in Britain. I understand that when Father saw the report, he turned as white as a sheet. Why would that be then? Father came to Britain himself, of course, to study. It was some time ago now, but he stayed for 6 years. I can only imagine that something must have happened during that time. But if he refuses to tell me what it was, then I intend to find the answers for myself. And I've decided that I, for one, won't keep any more secrets. Oh, Susie. It's a very meaningful look Susato is giving Iris there. Forensic Science Symposium. Lord Strongheart mentioned something about that symposium too. I think he said that investigative authorities from 40 different countries would attend. Yes, and from Japan, my father and Judge Jigoku have been invited. It's something of an honor, I believe. Well, Professor Mikotoba is the leading expert in forensic medicine in our country after all. But who's the other person you mentioned? A judge, did you say? Yes, His Excellency, Judge Seishiro Jigoku. You've met him, Mr. Naruhodo. Last year, in the Supreme Court. You can't possibly have forgot him. That terrible trial of yours when you were accused of murder. Ah, yes, I try to think of that as a positive turning point in my life these days. Well, it was Judge Jigoku who presided over that trial. If I'm perfectly honest, I'd be happy never to have to see that man's face again in my life. Oh, well, anyway. As Father was invited to the symposium, he agreed to me returning to Britain, too. He won't actually arrive until next month, but, well, I couldn't wait. So I pleaded with him, and in the end he agreed to me going on ahead. Yes, about the symposium. It seems as though Lord Strongheart has put in an awful lot of work to make it happen. It's obviously very important. I believe it is, yes. As I understand it, Lord Strongheart organized the entire event himself. I think he's hoping that by achieving exceptional results, he'll get the job of Attorney General, the most senior position in the British justice system. He's hoping to use his power to create the world's finest policing institution. That's what Father said anyway. Apparently, it's Lord Strongheart's lifelong ambition. Does Professor Mikotoba know Lord Strongheart personally then, I wonder? Actually, Lord Strongheart gave me a long speech about this very subject only recently. But I sort of lost the will to live early on and didn't really listen to much of it. How trying for you. I lost the will to live. Giselle Brett. Okay, Dartuza, maybe you can say something about me swallowing the wrong way or something. Fine. You can say one thing about it. Giselle Brett. The woman whose unforgivable actions ended in me being wrongly accused of crime I didn't commit. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, Giselle Brett. That's a name I won't forget for as long as I live. You good? What? Yes, I am. Yes, I'm good. Wait, that's very delayed. I'm just confused. The extraordinary thing is, though, it seems it's a name we should all forget. Sorry? Well, at least it proves you can't be a bottom. A bottom would never make a rookie mistake like that. There we fucking go. I feel like the entire, like, 5 minutes I was speaking, you were, like, holding your breath to say something. Fuck you. Since the incident, our government's intelligence services have been investigating Miss Brett. But it turns out that an Englishwoman by the name of Giselle Brett didn't actually exist. What? I had my chamber loaded? Don't talk about that in stream chat. That's inappropriate. Didn't exist, but how can that be? It was a pseudonym. Her real name was Shin. And she wasn't a visiting student either. That was a front. A front? Who on earth was she then? Miss A. Shin. Her name is literally all our intelligence services have been able to ascertain about her. Nobody knows why or even how she came to be in Japan. It's a complete mystery. But that makes no sense. It's no easy task to be accepted as a foreign student anywhere. What could the woman have been up to? I'm afraid I really don't know. The only thing I can be sure of is that she had some business in our country that we don't yet understand. And now she's been killed. While all the questions surrounding her existence remain unanswered. I'm afraid so. A. Shin. That's a Japanese-ass name. Who on earth was she? And why do I feel as though I've heard that name before somewhere? Spooky. After my friend Ray's trial, the reporter who actually killed Miss Brett said something very strange.
I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. In that visiting student's fate. Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship, and that he'll never...
Obviously, I couldn't ask him to elaborate at the time. But later I visited the man in his prison cell and asked him what he was going to say about Kazuma-sama. And what did you learn? After he died on the voyage to Great Britain, his body should have been unladen at the port of Hong Kong and passed into the care of the consulate staff there. Should have been. Well, it turns out that his body never arrived. It just disappeared. What? Kazuma's body vanished? Our government tried to cover the fact up, it seems. They erected a grave on the cliffs by our hometown. Except, Kazuma-sama isn't there. Did Professor Mikotoba know about this? Yes, it would seem that he did. But he didn't tell me. They're still investigating what happened to Kazuma-sama's body as we speak. Okay, it was the list that he was talking about. Okay, that's what I figured. I just don't believe it. And what is this acute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden? Thinking back now, some of the things that happened to the SS Budio were definitely strange. I mean, after he died, we never saw his body again, did we? Could it be? Could it be that he's actually still alive? Stop it, Mr. Naruhodo. It's too much to bear. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Just thinking about the possibility pains me. So very much. Cast your mind back for a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. When Kazuma-sama was discovered, Mr. Sholmes was there, wasn't he? And he definitely examined the body. He's in on it! He's in on it! I remember it clearly. Huh, you're right. So if Kazuma hadn't actually been dead at all, it would mean that Mr. Sholmes had lied to us. But there's no reason why he would possibly have done such a thing. I suppose it's true, yes. But would you really be that heartbroken if Sholmes was lying to you? He's literally the shiftiest man in existence. He is literally the shiftiest man in existence. If Mr. Sholmes was like, Naruhodo, I've actually lied to you this entire time, I'd be like, yeah, no shit. Yes, of course you were. Kazuma is now undercover for some reason. I guess he is. I guess he is. The idea that he might still be alive somewhere. It wants to fill me with hope, but I can't let it, because if it turned out not to be true, then I'd be back at the bottom of that awful pit of despair again. I'm terrified of what that might do to me. Oh, Susato. Oh my god. I know she's given the idea the thought it deserves. It's Susato-san we're talking about after all. Though her real name of Aishin sounds remarkably Asian, she's 100% English. I'll explain further when the full name's given. Okay, got you. Okay, got you. Okay, fair enough. Okay, got you. I'm sure you have a reason to say that. I totally get you. So I probably shouldn't push it now. Susato, look at my armband. You're still taking good care of the armband, I see. I'm so pleased. Well, yes, it feels like it wouldn't be me without it now, to be honest. Oh dear. There seems to be a thread coming loose just there. Look. I'll be only too happy to bend it for you, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, thank you. I must have scraped it against something again. I'm always doing that. Then take better care of it, please. It's all going so well until I ruined it. Alright, Susato, let's do this. Oh wait, really? Oh. Oh, Jesus. It must be about a year ago now. I've wrote a really long story based on some of my father's old notes. It's about one of Hurley's greatest exploits. I called it The Hound of the Baskervilles. But then Mr. Sholmes forbade you from publishing it, and put the manuscript somewhere nobody could get their hands on it. So nobody knows anything about it apart from Hurley and I. But for some reason, you knew the title of it, didn't you, Susie? Do you plan to play the Slime game sequel? It popped into my mind. I don't know, dude. Honestly, I have no clue. That is a great question. If so, it's not a priority, but I can't help but be curious about it. I definitely am curious about it. Oh, it sounds so exciting. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I should love to read it. And you wouldn't tell me how you'd come to know it. Yes. But I made you a promise that I'll explain one day, didn't I? I think it's time. Oh. I'm only sorry I'd had to keep it from you for so long, Iris. The Hound of the Baskervilles. The game was super cute. I love that game too. I'm happy that you loved it. It makes me so happy. It was completely by accident that I came to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. It was short while we left. It was a short while before we left Japan. I was cleaning Father's study and I saw something on his writing desk. A large box of papers. There was a label affixed to the box that was written in English. It read, "The Hound of the Baskervilles." What? My Baskerville story? Of course, I had no idea what it was at the time, but Father came in and... Susato, what are you doing? Oh, Father. Did you look at those papers? No, I simply read the label, that's all. Well, put it out of your mind. Sorry? Forget that you ever saw it, and certainly don't tell anybody else about this. Do you understand? What does that book have in it? But what was Iris's manuscript doing in Japan? I have no idea. When I heard Iris mention the word Baskerville that day, the title just slipped out. I would never have guessed that it was an unpublished account of one of Mr. Sholmes' exploits. When I returned to Japan, I asked Father to explain, but he refused to answer any of my questions, and there was no sign of the big box in his office. That's really all I know about it. I have no doubt that Father was has a very good reason for being so secretive about it, but still. I made up my mind to explain myself to both of you. Well, thank you for being so honest, Susie. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm ready to start investigating if you are. I've committed every detail about the case to memory. And Iris has told me about the disturbing things happening at the Waxworks Museum as well. So, you're fully abreast of the situation already, Mr. Sato. I'd expect nothing less, to be honest. I would think our first port of call would be investigating this Mr. Drebber, the engineer responsible for building the elaborate machine that was used to effect this extraordinary trick. Yes, a conjurer of sorts, by the sound of it, well known in the field of science and magic. Then, we need to go and arrest him. Well, yes. He must know the truth behind this case, so I agree we really need to find the man. It sounds like it's a case of tracking someone down. Which is a job for the police, or a great detective. Are we supposed to guess who she might be thinking of? We don't have much time, so we need to get started straight away, I think. Good idea. Well, best of luck then. Oh, you're not coming today? I'm going to Brixton Road shortly for the herb market. But let me know later how you got on, won't you? But I'm gonna miss traveling around with Iris. I love Susato though, but I'm gonna miss Iris. That was a little abrupt. That was a little abrupt. The pull of the herb market must be strong. I love Iris. I'm gonna miss her being my assistant. I know I love Susato. I love Susato, don't get me wrong. But I really love Iris. I'm gonna miss her being my assistant. New location. Oh, I love the little office. What a wonderful memory I have for this place. You go, girl, Peachy. Oh, crap, where do we start? Let's go to the experimentation stage. "23rd of October, the Great Exhibition. The Great Exhibition grounds, foot of the Crystal Tower." Oh my god. Oh my god. I had no idea there were so many people in the world. I know what you mean. It's really packed here today. It feels as though it's taken us 2 hours just to make our way to the crowd to this point. Has it? I shut my brain down so I didn't really notice, to be honest. Gosh, I do wish I had your absence of mind sometimes, Mr. Naruhodo. There you are. I deferred you lot would show up for your box before long. I knew it was gonna be him. Oh, Inspector Gregson. I see you're working hard at work as usual. Well, greetings to you. I do hope you've been keeping well since last we met. What's with all the ceremony? We just saw each other in court this morning. Not you, Sunshine. The gentlewoman you so loyally at your side. Oh. Why, thank you, Inspector. How good of you to notice. Might be a bit rough around the edges, but he's still a proper English gentleman at heart, I suppose. As you've probably guessed, we were hoping to investigate the scene some more. Right. Well, that's the young tradies obeyed. Oi, get over here, Gina. Oh my god. Oh my god, look at her. Oh my god, look at her. She's so cute. She seems to be busy playing with the puppy. Probably giving it a traditional East End training. Gina? She's a police officer now? Amazing, isn't it? She's a good kid, actually. Heart's in the right place anyway. She's got the detection bug, if you ask me. Yep, I think she'll follow in my footsteps nicely. What do you mean? I'm being transferred. Time for me to say toodaloo to London. Oh no, really? That's a bit sudden, isn't it? I had no idea. Where are you going? I'm still not over the fact that the big piece is a fish and not a chip. I can't believe I never noticed that before. Where are you going to be posted then? We'll come to see you to see how you're getting along. Huh, not likely, but you're welcome to try. If you don't mind a trip to France, that is. To France? I'll be working in Paris Police Prefecture. Should be right up my alley. But France? It's an entirely different country. I don't understand. Why would you be sent there? That's the way the adult world works, Sunshine. Now don't go poking your nose in where it's not wanted. I've been trying to take the kid with me when I go. What? You're taking Gina to Paris? Well, I can't leave her in London. Who knows what'll become of her? I suppose he's worried she'd slip back into slipping her hands in people's pockets and purses. I don't think he's worried about her pickpocketing, Mr. Naruhodo. I think he's worried about the Reaper. Oh, of course. So that's playing on Inspector Gregson's mind too, is it? Aww. Anyway, I haven't mentioned any of this to Gina, so don't go blabbing, you hear me? Oh, that's really sweet of him. Hey, Bright Guy, I hope you're doing wonderful. I hope you're doing amazing. Great Ace Attorney is doing very good. I love the image of Ryu and Iris walking together while holding hands. It's an adorable partnership. I agree. I agree. I love them so much. No. Of course not. I gotta keep the Diving Diva safe in town. Until all this is over, at least. I hope you're doing absolutely wonderful, Bright Guy. How are you doing? Oi! Just call me a bloomin' Diving Diva again. So you heard that, did ya? Right, well, any questions about the scene, you could put them in my capable Detective Diva here. Alright. I heard the boss. You heard the boss. Inspector Lestrade is in charge here now. I suppose I'd better keep my word and not mention anything about Paris. So, Gina, you've got a new dog, have you? No, don't. Oh! Isn't he great? Toby's his name. Oh my god. Oh my god. I instantly began crying. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Honorary missile. Yes. Doing alright. Slept all day. Whoops. I want to do that. I want to do that so badly. Puppy. Isn't he great? Toby's his name. Oh, how delightful. He's absolutely adorable. Yes, the dog does seem lovely. But it's not so lovely Inspector Gregson that's playing on my mind, to be honest. Is it hydrated? I will stay hydrated. Dogs. 2 dogs? Yeah. Fun fact, Toby is the name of a recurring dog that Sherlock Holmes uses as a scent hound. Oh my god, that's awesome. That is so cool. That is so freaking cool. I love that. Amazing. Let's get into the scene. Gina. We were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again. Yeah, alright. If it's around here, you can do what you like. Oh, that's alright, is it? Yeah, we don't have to worry about the thing anymore. I'm gonna play with my new friend here. Oh my god. Ah, yes, Toby. Oof. The machine that exploded must be at the top of those stairs, I presume. I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind. Sorry, you can't go up there, Seuss. Oh. It's like I told Odo yesterday. Even I ain't allowed near that wreck. What's it called again? The reason we ain't supposed to touch it? The special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? Is that what you're thinking of? That's the one. That's why only them lot are allowed to investigate it. What are they called again? The Forensic something? The Forensic Investigation Team. Is that what you're thinking of? That's the one, yeah. But isn't it the case that the special dispensation has been lifted? I think so. I don't really get it, but to be truthful with ya, you're still supposed to get permission from from some bigwig or some other, as far as I know. What was his name again? Lord Strange something? I'm not sure that's quite right, Gina. I think you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps. That's the one, yeah. Apparently, he's always making watching the time or something. So without Lord Strongheart's express permission, we can't investigate on the stage. Gotcha. It was great, weren't it? I had a right laugh. It was a new one on me, that. You know, being in court and not spending the whole time worrying I'm about to be found out. You did keep an awful lot of secrets in all your previous court appearances, didn't you? Yeah, and Odo's made things hard for me every single time and all. Just doing my job, Gina. But watching someone else get in the neck of it was a lot of fun, actually. It was amazing when we showed that Dodgy Professor's dodgy experiment was a total fix. The Dodgy Professor, as you put it, Gina, is Mr. Naruhodo's client. Yes, I'm starting to wish he wasn't, though. It's the boss I feel sorry for. Sent off to do the impossible. What do you mean? He's supposed to arrest that other cove, ain't he? And in time for tomorrow and all. You know, the dodgy engineer. What's his name again? Mr. Drebber, you mean? Enoch Drebber. That's the one, yeah. So the police are looking for this mysterious man with the black monocle. I guess they would be. It's put too much on the boss if you ask me. He says give him a gut ache. Oh dear. But I do wonder if that isn't actually from all the fried food. So Scotland Yard are trying to track down Mr. Enoch Drebber. I wonder if they've had any luck. He's really funny looking, got 2 eyes, don't want match. Stole a glimpse of a picture of him earlier. I mean, I didn't actually picture or nothing. The old devil's got it. Sorry, who? You know, that Scowlin' Reaper was always glugging down glasses of blood red plonk. Ah, Lord Van Seeks. He's always added in for me, that cove. Don't know what he's always scowling about, mind. Probably would have been a pretty good boss as it goes. She'd rather be the Reaper's apprentice than a detective's trainee. The way I see it, if the choice is between a chip-guzzling detective and a chalice-glugging demigod, you're equally badly off with both. Demigod. I suppose you're right. I hadn't thought of it like that. Glad we have one thing, glad we've put that one on, sorry. Glad we've put that one to bed. Anyway, the point is, everyone at the yard is dead set on finding the fishy engineer. But there don't seem to be no clues to go on, so they're stuck. There's nothing that can lead us to Drebber at all. Toby the dog. Most importantly, where did you find that little mutt then, Gina? Oi, don't be so flamin' rude, Odo. Slight overreaction, don't you think? He ain't no muddle, right? Toby's, how'd they put it? Oh my god. Oh yeah, a bona fide detective. Oh my god, I love you. Sorry? I give a proper title and everything. It's Chief Inspector Toby to you. More senior than Inspector Gregson, is he? Oh, he's a police dog, is he? The police recruit dogs now. I've heard that they're already being used officially in Germany as part of their city policing. They're used for chasing criminals and such like. They have a wonderful sense of smell, after all. I have a fairly good sense of smell myself, as it happens. I can tell undergarments that have been freshly laundered from undergarments that haven't. That's nothing compared to this little fella, Odo. Oh, really? According to what the boss said. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! What's Toby here's got a good whiff of your drawers? He could chase a scent to the other side of the world. What? To the other side of the world? You mean he can swim? Mr. Naruhodo, I think you may have missed the point by a rather wide margin. I just can't believe this little dog has such an incredible skill. I'm telling you, Odo, there's going to be more and more dogs doing their bit for the police in the future. Yes, I agree. Right. One of these days, they'll be barking orders at us a lot, not the other way around. Oh dear. Sorry, Gina, I don't think I agree with your vision quite that much. Well, anyway, whatever you think about that, Toby here is Britain's first police dog. I found it down in East End the other day. Someone had just chucked him out in the street. There you go. I knew she lifted him from somewhere. Oh, Gina, you're such a kind-hearted soul, aren't you? To children and to animals. Darn. Naruhodo really wanted to be a police dog. What's happening at Tusples? What year is it? Late 1800s. Late 1800s biometric data. Cute thought. 23rd of October, Madame Tusples. Oh my. No wonder it's called the House of Horrors. I'd like to turn my heels and go straight home. Via the confectionery. Being scared makes you crave sweets? I can understand that. I was looking forward to a reunion after 6 months away, but there is no sign of Mr. Sholmes anywhere. That's strange. He should be here investigating the abduction of the waxwork. Oh well, I suppose we'll just have to come back again later. Interesting. Anything happening in Holmes' suite? 23rd of October. Holmes' suite. Those were used in the Jack the Ripper case. Well, either way, it's going to be new to Naruhodo. Oh. 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 Oh shit. Newt, get ready. 23rd of October. British Supreme Court Lord Chief Justice's office. Oh, who's that standing beside Lord Strongheart? I wonder. I've never seen her before. What do you mean, calm myself?
The young champion of the court. You had some success this morning, I understand. And you've thrown the entire government into disarray as a result.
Oh.
You mean because of Professor Harebrain's experiment? Sham science being demonstrated at London's Great Exhibition. The country has been made to look foolish, and now politicians are scrabbling to respond. Lord Van Zeeks is in Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing. Oh dear, I didn't mean to cause any trouble. None of this is your responsibility. The government is entirely to blame for having been taken in. The special dispensation that prevents the investigation at the scene will be annulled later today. Once that happens, my forensic investigation team will move in and deal with the scrap metal in no time. It's scrap metal now, is it? Holy moly. Until later, Lord Strongheart. Holy moly. Yes, thank you. Holy moly. Alright. Who was that? That was Dr. Courtney Scythe, Scotland Yard's esteemed chief coroner. Oh! Cool. She's leading the forensic investigation team's handling of this case. She was just delivering her report about the victim, in fact. Oh, I see. About Mr. Asman. Following the outcome of the trial earlier, I asked the coroner's office to reevaluate its findings. I don't have time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you'll have to ask her directly. You can find her in the forensics laboratory. Ooh, that sounds fun. Oh, right. Now, what were you here to see me about? I can give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time. So he's not running quite so spectacularly late anymore.
Her design's cool AF. Yeah, it is. Maybe I'm the one who should calm down myself. Just a glimpse of her has me all hyped. Interesting. Interesting, Mooney. The forensic investigation team. What exactly is the forensic investigation team that you mentioned before? The British Empire's police force must become the most exemplary in the world. For that to happen, it's imperative that we embrace forensic science and everything it has to offer. I first created the forensic investigation team a year ago now. Unofficially, of course, to pave the way. Goodness, a year ago? At next month's symposium, I intend to present the results of their work to the world. Once I do that, the House of Lords will be powerless to oppose the creation of a full-scale forensic division. And once that happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine, and criminals will suffer dearly. What do you mean? For too long, those scoundrels have made a mockery of our legal system with false evidence and bribes. But London scum is about to be rounded up and burnt in the fires of hell. I intend to see it personally. By creating the finest police force the world has ever known, to protect our honor and our future. Look at those eyes. He means every word. Interesting. Dr. Scythe is an extremely reliable coroner. When I officially establish the forensics division at Scotland Yard, she will run it as my right-hand woman. Now then, speaking of the symposium, Miss Mikotoba. Oh, yes, my lord. Your father should be in the high seas as we speak, making his way here to represent the Empire of Japan. Yes, that's right. I understand he will arrive at the beginning of next month. Are you acquainted, Lord Strongheart? With Professor Mikotoba, I mean. It was many years ago now, but yes. I remember Dr. Mikotoba very well. Huh. If my memory serves, it was some 15 years ago now that your father came to Britain as a visiting student. I was 4 years old, because I was 19 then. It was the year I was born. So yes, 16 years ago in fact. Mikotoba was a young practitioner for forensic science, and Jigoku accompanied him as a young, promising judge. The punctiliousness and politeness of the Japanese at the time impressed us greatly. Not that I wish to imply impoliteness or carelessness on your part in any way. I didn't think that you were. Dr. Mikotoba studied forensics at one of London's large hospitals. St. Sinners, if I'm not mistaken. Dr. Scythe was also there then, as it happens. Then Dr. Scythe knows my father, does she? She was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt their paths crossed regularly. But I have no doubt they knew each other superficially. After all, Dr. Mikotoba was here studying his subject for some 6 years in total. 6 years? It's a long time to be studying abroad, isn't it? I lived with my grandmother in those years. So he left his newly born daughter behind and went overseas for 6 whole years. It was a rather turbulent time at home. Oh. Perhaps father wanted a reason to get away. What do you mean? Why? Well, clearly something was going on at the time. Imagine her mother passed. Lord Van Zieks. I wanted to ask you about Lord Van Zieks, actually. I heard that his older brother was killed some years ago by a mass murderer known as the Professor, who targeted nobles and royalty, is that right? You Japanese are a thorough lot. You've done your research well. Yes. And you could say it was that very incident that gave rise to the Reaper. What? Why? When his brother, Clint Van Zieks, was murdered, it was just after young Barrack had graduated from the University of London and became a prosecutor, when the obvious criminals who managed to evade conviction in court started disappearing. Rumors quickly spread throughout the capital. Londoners started to say that wherever Barrack Van Zieks went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind. Oh my word. So Lord Van Zieks isn't the Reaper, it's the ghost of his brother? Ever since that time, he became a very aloof figure in London's legal circles. Oh yes, Lord Strongheart. Go ahead. It's about Professor Harebrain's experimental machine. We'd like your permission to examine the remains if possible. Are you well versed in science, then? Not the slightest. In fact, you could say I was barely aware of the subject at all until recently. Well, the special dispensation legally preventing investigation of the machine is currently being annulled. Within a few hours, Dr. Scythe's team of forensic experts will begin their own investigation. But I suppose until then, there's no harm in you looking at the wreckage, as long as you touch nothing. Thank you. Being able to look at it is better than nothing. And I'll be able to see it too. Your time is up. You'll have to excuse me now, I'm afraid. My next engagement calls. We are extremely sorry to have troubled you when you were so busy, my lord. I have important matters to attend to in preparation for the symposium, you understand. Alright. New location. Have been here yet. I'm rather excited. Forensic Science Laboratory in the basement of St. Sinner's. Okay. Let's go meet the big lady. Oh, wicked. Wicked, wicked. 23rd of October, Forensics Laboratory. I believe this is it. Dr. Scythe's laboratory. The chemical smell really assaults the nose. And there's plenty of assault. There's plenty to assault the eyes here, too. The good old smell of, what is it, formaldehyde? Hate that smell. It looks as though the doctor isn't here. But we're here now, so we may as well do some sightseeing, don't you think? What a seasoned tourist you've become, Mr. Sato. We could just have a look around, being careful not to upset any restless souls. Well, look at this. What a magnificent display case. The cherry wood has been polished to a high sheen, and the intricate carving is a joy to behold. Western cabinet makers really are skilled, aren't they? Do you have nothing to say about the skeleton inside, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sato? Can't you tell that I'm trying very hard to avoid talking about the terrifying contents of the case? It's how I cope. I'll be sure to remember that from now on. That's very funny. Taxidermies? The background art has really come a long way since the first game. Oh, it absolutely has. And that's saying something because the background art in the first game is also very good, all things considered. It's just great, dude. They really know how to make a little, like, just a background. That looks like an owl and a crow up there. I know, and they haven't even twitched since we came in here. Well, no, they wouldn't have. They're taxidermy mounts, Mr. Naruhodo. Ugh, I was afraid you were going to say that. I've been trying very hard to tell myself they're just sleeping with their eyes open. Yes, I think perhaps you were wise to put something like your Dorama doll on display in the office instead. Okay, her desk is probably going to be a big thing. Look at these jars. These large jars seem to have pale things floating around inside them. I suppose they're fruit liquors or something. Or like the pickled umeboshi plums we make back home. Father had jars like that in his laboratory as well. I expect they're human organs in preserving solution. Probably as examples of some rare medical condition. Mr. Sato? There are some things in the world that it's perfectly fine never to know about. Ever. Oh. So as I said, I'm sure they're fruit liquors or umeboshi, aren't they? Of course. Learning that he's squeamish is very adorable. Like learning that Ryunosuke is incredibly squeamish is like super cute. Table and a set of sharp tools. When you consider each in isolation, it all looks quite innocent. So why is it that when you put them side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing? He's a very soft and sheltered lad, a little bit. It might be best not to ponder it too deeply. Seeing the large tome that's open on the desk does make me wonder, though. How can anybody concentrate on bookwork with this acrid odor of chemicals in the air? And now that, I could never ever study while smelling formaldehyde. I would lose my mind, maybe. You'd either have to have a cast iron constitution, saving throw, or really terrible sense of smell. Alright. Look at all the bottles on the shelves in these cabinets. What an assortment of chemicals. These ones here are labeled highly toxic. Ugh, that's worrying. Because there are also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in there. Oh yes, and they actually say salt and pepper on them. The doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has meals here sometimes. Please don't put salt and pepper next to... Life goes on, even when you're surrounded by death. Oh my goodness, that sounds awful. Okay. I suppose this is Dr. Scythe's desk. Ugh. I would not like to work in a place like this. That lamp is gorgeous, though. It's very tidy, though, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Imagine how efficiently she must work. The lighting is poor, which is bad for the eyes, and the chemical smell can't be good for you. Not to mention the skeleton watching over you as you work, which is definitely bad for the nerves. Well, yes, those are valid concerns, I suppose. I can just about cope with the one-eyed Daruma doll watching over me, but that's all. He gets creeped out by a Daruma doll? That's funny. Okay, well, I guess that's it here. Yeah, okay. I think that is all to explore here. I guess we can't talk to her just yet. Wait, we need to spend more time investigating. Okay. She says that. We'll look around a little bit more. Okay. Yeah, I think that's everything. Oh no! Oh, her book. Look at this big thick book here. It appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh? What is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but, well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. 500? They must be working really hard on dissecting corpses. I don't know. Judicial autopsies are only carried out in certain special circumstances. And scalpel blades can be sharpened, too. It does seem a bit strange, right? 500 scalpels a month. What could they possibly be using them for? That's weird. What are you doing? Huh. Oh my god, her theme. Ooh, now she's a caduceus. She's a caduceus on her tie. Oh my god, her theme. Sorry, we had something we wanted to ask you, but you weren't here, so you thought you'd snoop around. That's acceptable to you people from the East, is it? Well, what do you want? Lord Strongheart told us, you see, that it was you who examined the victim's body. Mr. Asmon's body, I mean. So we came to ask you about your findings. On Lord Strongheart's advice. Very well. If the Lord Chief Justice has given his consent, I'll tell you what our investigation revealed. But when we're done, you must leave immediately. Wow. What a presence she's got. Your findings. So, you want to know what the forensics investigation team determined from its examination of the scene. The victim, Mr. Odie Asman, who disappeared from the experimentation stage amid an explosion, and the Mr. Asman who appeared moments later part way up the Crystal Tower, were without question one and the same person. That is the team's conclusion. But that can't be right. If it was an elaborate trick, if it was an elaborate trick, we can only speculate about how it was carried out. Let's see. If two people who looked very similar to each other were involved, they could have made it appear as if one single person had switched places, couldn't they? Very true, but sadly in this instance, that was not the case. The man who disappeared and the man who subsequently reappeared was the same person. The fingerprints at the scene made that quite evident. Oh. Fingerprints. They're not yet officially recognized as forensic evidence in the British justice system. But one day, they will be used as an investigative aid as a matter of course. Oh my. But that would mean that the instantaneous kinesis actually took place. So where does that leave us? My team was tasked with investigating, not drawing conclusions. Instantaneous kinesis is impossible, and yet the body did move from one place to the other. That's insane. What? This hasn't cleared anything up at all. It's made the whole thing even more of a mystery. One of my favorite character designs from this game, between Van Zieks and Scythe, I think the character designer is a type, yeah. Tall and scary. Victorian goth baddies, true. Oh really, only one dialogue. Oh. Okay. Mama, what is this? Where did she spring from? And did you just call the doctor Mama? Oh. This is a lawyer, dear. Oh. Hello. To meet you. Please. To meet you. Yes, I'm a defense lawyer. Mama? Yes. Can I cut this one up? What? I've never seen inside an Eastern person before. I want to know what it looks like. Of course you can't. It's a live specimen, as you can very well see. Oh. Boring. I think I just had a near-death experience. Oh dear. Mr. Naruhodo, you're as pale as a corpse. The girl in the mask double takes. Then let's leave before I'm mistaken for one. Dude, the creepiest voice you can manage. I literally have no bone in my body. I have no bone in my body for that. But holy moly. So, what are you doing at the moment, Doctor? Aura farming. And keeping a close eye on the things so no impertinent Easterners think they can look around my office. Are there such impertinent Easterns around? Are there such impertinent Easterners around? How terrible. Yes, you. She doesn't mince her words, Mr. Sato. I think perhaps it's time we left. Wowzers. I can't believe I just said wowzers. Evil baby bird. Bird doctor. I guess we can move. Oi! That's off limits up there. Try to sneak past me again, I'll stuff your gob full of the boss's fish and chips. Yes, please. I love fish and chips. I suppose we need special permission. But we got it. Oh, we probably have to tell her. Stage of Thursday, the experiment was set up. It's set up very high, isn't it? About 30 feet, I believe. Or 9 meters, if you prefer. Craning your neck to see it, craning your neck to see up to it starts to hurt after a while, doesn't it? Yes, you need to get up there and look around properly. Although, if I'm honest, climbing all those stairs makes my chest hurt. Oh dear. I think perhaps you should exercise more, Mr. Naruhodo. There we go. The words "no bone in my body" echoes in Darty's mind, biting his lip to say, to say quiet the best he can. Dartiza, I'm going to ruffle your hair so that it gets all messy and covers your eyes. This chapter goes incredibly hard for character design. We haven't seen it all yet. I'm so excited. Gina, we're actually hoping that we can investigate the scene again. Yeah, all right. If it's around here, you can do what you like. Oh, that's all right, is it? I'm gonna be playing with my new friend here. Ah, yes, Toby. Wolf. The machine that exploded must be at the top of those stairs, I presume. Oh yeah, sorry. What's it called again? This is a special. Here we go. There's the investigation team. Actually, we've just recently been to see Lord Strongheart. Eh? You what? You met him? Last time the boss was called to go and see him, he waited for 3 hours at the Cove's office and came back sniffling. Tragic. That is tragic. Well, Lord Strongheart has given us permission to examine the scene as long as we touch nothing. Oh yeah? Honestly. Alright then, go ahead. But if it turns out you're lying, it'll be the boss who gets it. He'll never eat another chip again in his life. So you're still saying all this above board, are ya? I'm sure everything will be fine. That really would be tragic. Alright then, them's the stairs. Off you go then. Oh, thank you, Gina. These stairs lead up to the experimentation stage. Let's go up and see what we can find out. Okay. 23rd of October, the Great Exhibition Grounds, experimentation stage. Oh my. So this is the machine that was used to deceive people into thinking instantaneous kinesis had taken place. Yes, that's right. Or rather, it was the machine. It's a little worse for wear at the moment. What extraordinary lengths Professor Harebrained went in order to obtain the research grant. No, the professor was tricked as well. He didn't know anything about it. Yes, of course. It is amazing though, isn't it? The scale of the whole affair is so very British. You're right about that. You never see such a grand deception in Japan, that's for sure. Oh look, is that? Oh! Lord Van Zeeks? So, I think we're more or less done here, aren't we? Shall we, Mr. Sato? Already? He is the Reaper, remember. We do better to, well, keep our distance, I think. Hey, Plumchew, just stopping by here for a bit? Awesome. Well, thank you so much for coming by, Plumchew. We're, near the end of our Ace Attorney stream for the evening. I hope you're doing awesome. It's so good to have you. Yeah, we're just investigating an Ace Attorney. I still wait for dinner. We doing more? Yeah, we ended up doing a little bit more investigating, but I'm finishing up soon. Bull. Good to have you. I hope you had a good dinner. Stay hydrated. I will stay hydrated. Thank you. Yeah, I'm losing my grip a little bit. We do well to keep our distance, I think. But we have permission to be here from the top. We're perfectly well allowed to investigate this machine, as long as we don't touch anything. From the top? Do you mean Lord Strongheart? Exactly. So we can stay here and stare at this wreckage for as long as we like. She could have been at the center of the explosion here and wouldn't have bent her steel will. Well. Doo-doo-doo. Hello. Excuse me. What a terrible explosion it must have been. Even the steel girders have buckled and twisted in the blast. And what they call the birdcage was right here in the middle of it all, just here. But look, Mr. Naruhodo, the metal grill on the floor. Looks as though it's designed to open. There we go. It does, doesn't it? If the floor had opened at the precise moment the explosion occurred, the birdcage could have dropped through and disappeared from sight. I don't think there's any doubt that this was a very elaborate hoax, is there? Do you think the boss, the guy was in on it and they convinced him that they would carry him over, or that he would like be brought over to the Crystal Tower, and then when they brought him over, he would be like, "Good job, guys," and then they stabbed him? Maybe? I don't know. I'm losing it. I don't know what happened. So many possibilities. Every time I think I have some sort of... Was this always here? This wasn't here yesterday. Really? But if I'm not mistaken, isn't the cage in which the victim was standing before he was apparently beamed to the air? That's right, the bird cage. But so quick, yeah, but so quickly, that's true. That's right, the birdcage, according to what Professor Harebrained said in court, is made of wood. Well, more precisely, Japanese cypress, I think. And despite having been an explosion and then falling from a great height, it's relatively unharmed. What wonderfully durable construction, wouldn't you say, Mr. Naruhodo? I'd understood that the forensic investigation team had taken it away yesterday to examine it. I suppose they must have brought it back here when they'd finished their work. But sadly, not with the body inside it. No, that's right. I know we were given strict instructions not to touch anything, but still. There's too important a piece of evidence to overlook. We might need it for the trial. I'm putting the entire birdcage in my pocket. The wooden cage was used for Professor Harebrain's experiment. This cage, with the victim inside, crashed down into the Crystal Tower. Oh, isn't it exhilarating? All this different architecture from all corners of the world. It does make you feel a bit like an explorer, doesn't it? And now it's all subjective, but the onion-shaped roofs have rather caught my attention personally. It is very subjective, isn't it? Japanese buildings with their wood and paper construction have excellent ventilation, and I've realized that British buildings being made from brick and stone are very strong and long-lasting. The more you know about how things are done in other countries, the more you understand your own, I feel. Oh yes, I do agree with you there. but I can't help wondering what an onion does for the roof of a building. I mean, I suppose it's playing on my mind because I don't like the taste of onion. Oh, come on. Come on, Naruto. Onions are freaking good. You really ought to let your taste in vegetables dictate your taste in roofs, Mr. Naruto. It's also to prevent buildup from rain and snow. Let's see. Ferris wheel. I hear that a ride on the Ferris wheel is a favorite romantic outing among young London couples. I think the romance would be slightly spoiled by the abject terror personally, but I'm not a Londoner. Are you a little scared of heights, Mr. Naruto? It's not that I'm scared, not at all. It's just that staying on the ground seems much safer. Well, perhaps I shall have to ask Iris and Mr. Sholmes to accompany me in that case. When you put it like that, part of me does want to give it a try. Oh dear, it is complicated for you, isn't it? So cute. Is that in your house, is that in your house to make you cry if your roof is an onion? Oh my god. Bro, people die on the ground all the time in the it's the 1800s, that's very true. Stop misclicking, please. There we go. Look at the horn-shaped transmitting device. Isn't it amazing? That's exactly what I thought when I first saw it. It makes you think, doesn't it? If only it had just been a normal horn, none of this would have happened. That's almost exactly what I thought as well. I bet I can predict what you're going to say next in that case. You're about to say, nothing ever goes to plan, aren't you? Oh no, I would never say something like that. I love these two. However much I look at them, I just can't come to terms with those Tamari handballs floating in the sky. You've been glaring at them constantly since we came up here. Sorry, the feelings of wanting to ride in one and wanting to never set foot in one are fighting it out inside me. But if you don't look where you're walking, you might fall from the stage. I don't think I'd notice. That's how fiercely the battle inside me is raging. I think you should make peace with riding in one, Mr. Naruto. It really would be much safer that way. Ahem. Oh. Least approachable man in the world winner, 10 years in a row. Be strong, Mr. Naruto. Your country and your assistants stand firm behind you. I can hear you, Naruto. Lord Van Seeks. What? Well, beautiful weather we're having, isn't it? I thought I was making it quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed. Apparently, you Nipponese are unequipped to read the signs. Oh, I read them. So, what are you doing here? Entry to this area is prohibited. Well, the thing is, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart granted us permissions to investigate, on the condition that we didn't disturb anything. And yet you've managed to disturb me. I knew he was gonna fucking say that. I was gonna say it before he did. And yet you've managed to disturb me. Huh. Never mind. State your business then. Come to think of it, there are quite a few things I'd like to ask Lord Van Zieks about. Not least of which is that awful case, even though it's nothing to do with this. Everyone died in the 1800s. It was the style of the time. Yeah, I mean, statistically, everyone born in the 1800s died. Like, they're all dead now. Do you believe that? It's crazy shit, dude. Ask away, Mr. Naruto. You won't know unless you try. Oh my god, okay. So, Clint was the name of your older brother, I understand, Lord Van Zieks. Nipponese. I always have to be on guard whenever you're around. So, you've been investigating me, have you? Oh, no, it's not like that. Well, alright, it is a bit like that. My older brother was also a prosecutor. He was the pride of the Van Zieks family. But tragically, a vicious killer took him from us. The professor, you mean? Is something funny? That's the extent of what you've discovered, is it? I shouldn't be surprised. Sorry? There's more to it then. Lackluster work is very much your trademark, isn't it? Ugh, you're too kind. Are you going to tar all Nipponese with the same brush next? So tell me, what's your interest in that historic incident? As it happens, Lord Van Zieks, there's a rather curious case that's come to our attention. Are you aware of the Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork by any chance? I am, naturally. I believe that since last month... I am, naturally. I believe that since last month, I feature in one of the displays there for public scorn. Of course, the infamous Reaper of the Bailey would have been exhibited. If I went to a waxwork museum and there's a fucking waxwork statue of Van Zieks, I'd be like, mwah, mwah, like, sorry, he would have been exhibited, wouldn't he? Well, a particular waxwork has been stolen from the place and held for ransom. Particular waxwork, which, wait, you mean? Yes, it's the professor. Mr. Sholmes is investigating a case as we speak. All of them? I was born in the 1800s and I'm doing fine. Really? I think you're lying, Plumchu. All the 1700s people are always saying, "Oh, I was born in the 1800s," you know. I don't know. I don't believe you, Plumchu. Don't know. You'd steal the wax statue, maybe. I think you would go to jail and then you like have to play Ace Attorney in real life. I was unaware of that. He's turned as white as a sheet. He actually went pale from that knowledge. Interesting. Are the police trying to locate the engineer Mr. Jabber already? Surely that goes without saying. We're very keen to see him found as well. The trouble is, we don't have much to go on aside from the description of the man we heard in court earlier. Which, according to Professor Hairbrain, was a tall, thin gentleman who has straight white hair and wears a black monocle. So, I was just wondering. I mean, I realize it's probably not possible, but we'd very much appreciate any more clues you can give us. Wow, Susato-san really knows how to take the bull by the horns. Fine. Why not? I have a photograph of the man here from an investigation 10 years ago. Whoa. Whoa. Whoa, what a design. Holy moly. So it appears he already had a black monocle at the time. Holy moly. Don't lie, you still like statue. Okay, fine. I was born in the 1700s. I'm old, okay? Punch you. If you think they're lying, where's your evidence? Oh, handsome. Oh, very nice. So fucking cool looking. He is. Holy moly. What? Oh, no, nothing. I was just surprised that you shared that with us. We all need the man's testimony in court tomorrow, which means we have to do everything we possibly can to track him down in the short time available. So, why wouldn't I show you the photograph? What is it about Lord Van Zieks? Sometimes I just can't work him out at all. Wanna vote black glass. Duh. Ah, the file I requested for the trial tomorrow. Thank you. Yeah, she senses it too. Are you alright? Who is this man, Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Venzik's apprentice, apparently. So I'm not the only one. Susato-san can see it too. Lord Venzik's. May we speak with your apprentice for a moment? With him? Why? Kazuma-sama! Kazu-ma? I don't believe it. Your posture, your presence. It can only be. It's you, isn't it, Kazuma-sama? I felt something strange the very first time I encountered this cloaked figure, as if I knew him somehow. Can it really be you, Kazuma? Wait! Too late. What's going on here? What is your interest in my apprentice exactly? You act as if you know the man or something. Well, since when has he been in your care? I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left London 6 months ago. Lord Strongheart introduced him to me about 3 months ago now, with instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor. But he didn't tell you why, did he? The man appears to be suffering from amnesia. He's forgotten every last detail about himself. He has amnesia? Tomorrow he will appear in court at my side. What? He's to serve as my judicial assistant, on Lord Strongheart's orders. He'll be in court with us? Now then, unless I'm much mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course. Oh, yes. Thank you. Oh, man. I definitely saw a reaction there. When Chisato-san called out like that, it really seemed to hit a nerve. When she called out Kazuma-sama. You'd already met that masked man, hadn't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Yesterday, in fact, at Lord Venzik's office. I see. And if Kazuma-sama really is still alive, it means that Mr. Sholmes lied to us. I know. We're going to need to speak to him about that. We won't have to leave now. A forensic investigation team are due to arrive shortly. If they find you here, it will cause problems. What sort of problems? Foreign affairs problems. Well, we could do without that. Alright, we'll be on our way. Let's go, Mr. Sato. Of course. Holy. I think that's a great stopping point. I think that is a perfect stopping point. That is genuinely perfect. Holy moly. Oh my god, what happened to Kazuma? Well, I mean, we know what happened to him. Wasn't he like hit in the head or something? Yeah, I mean, that'll do it. Things are getting wild. Things are getting wild. Mooney told me they would get wild, and she was definitely not lying. She was very true. Wow. Holy moly. With that, I think I can say you're halfway through the episode. Awesome. Then I think next weekend we might just push to finish it. We might just push to finish the entire thing. I may begin an hour earlier. I may begin an hour earlier next weekend just so that we can try for the whole thing. We will see how it goes though. We'll see what our scheduling looks like. But everyone, that was a whole bunch of fun. Let me pull up some music. Here we go. Let me do this real quick. Boop. Alright, awesome. Alright guys, well, I sincerely thank you all for joining me. Fine job, Corden, thank you. Thank you very much, Tukul. This is crazy because if he is not dead, we sent that Russian woman to prison for nothing. I don't think she... Did she go to prison? I think we might have gotten her in good terms. I don't think she went, like, I don't think she really got prosecuted. Like, not fully yet, at least. Thanks for the stream? Absolutely, guys. Oh, here, let me switch. There we go. Alright, everyone. Well, the Great Stream Newt, you did well. Absolutely, thank you so much. Next week will be the conclusion of the investigation phase and a long second half of the trial. Awesome. Then we will try to finish it next stream. But guys, thank you so much for joining me for this. Great Ace Attorney continues to be an incredible masterpiece of a detective game. I love it with all my heart. It is so good. Everything is just so tight. It's so perfect. But and thank you for bearing with my slightly lower energy today. I don't know. I think my sleep has just been weird. Maybe my sleep apnea is getting to me. Would you trust Donk to be your lawyer? No, I wouldn't. I would not trust Donk to be my lawyer. I would. Look at him. Do you think thoughts go into his head? Favorite game, Slur Dog stream it. Oh, thank you. Bao, thank you for streaming, Kitty Potato. Oh, thank you. Oh my god, thank you guys for just being here. There's so many of you guys. I really appreciate that. That makes me so happy. Thanks once again. Absolutely, dude. Thank you all. Thank you all so much. Next stream will be tomorrow. I'll just be doing a big draw stream. I'm going to be working on OC art. I'm going to be working on art of myself. Maybe some Armored Core art. Maybe a commission or two. But yeah. I would trust Dunk to be a good gavel though. Dunk would be an awesome gavel. There's one in there, I think. But everyone, thank you so much for being here with me. I'm going to take it easy for the night, maybe play a little bit of Baldur's Gate, and just not think about drawing for a little bit. And I'm going to let's find somebody to raid, shall we? All right, let's see. Boop. Alrighty, who is live? Who is live? Okay, it's Resident Evil. Alright. Alright. Here. Boop, 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 boop. Who am I following? Oh. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay, awesome. Okay. Book club.
4 hours. They shall return by 7 p.m. tomorrow. Oh.
Okay. It's Hanamimi Mystery. Okay. It is. How about Hina Bobina? Is she streaming? Oh well, she's. Oh, she's on BRB.
I went to Taco Bell earlier because they give you a free.
Oh no, she. We could maybe. Okay. Then how about? Okay, you know what? Yeah, screw it. It's Hina Bobina is celebrating her birthday. They're playing Clear Obscure Expedition 33. Let's go over there. Why not, right? If that was a bad lawyer, would that make Zonk a great lawyer? Yes, Zonk would be an amazing lawyer. Let's see. Okay, our raid message would be, this dog is unmasking the truth. Wait, I've typed that all in caps. This dog is unmasking the truth. Alright, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for being here. Please go wish Hina Bobina a happy birthday. She's a cool big streamer. You guys are awesome. So thank you all for being here with me. It means literally the world to me. Thank you. I'll see you later, guys. Take it easy tonight, and take care of yourselves. Get some good rest. Have a wonderful Sunday. Yeah. I'll see you guys. Bye bye. Cheers. Bye bye.
Yeah, so this is the PSA right now. If you're a fucking sandwich fiend, okay? Firehouse Subs, Jimmy John's, and Jersey Mike's will all give you enough reward points to get a free regular-sized sandwich on your birthday. But you have to have installed the app at least a week before your birthday, and also have to have made a purchase in the last 6 months with the app. So, if you want a free sandwich, you should install the app now. Tried Firehouse for the first time. I usually go